Good evening, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, Kathleen, I don't know how you did this when you were chair, because I'm very nervous and I don't think I can do it without any help. So can I call for the Scouts BSA to come join us to help us with the Pledge of Allegiance? Come on up, Scouts. They're going to bring the flags up to the stage. Then they're going to come on down and they're going to say a couple of words about the schools they attend and their name. And then we're going to all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Stage. Oh, I don't have to hold it. Oh, very good. Okay, please introduce yourself and say what school you go to and how much you like that school.
Christopher, I go to Eastern and I like the social aspect of it.
Ooh, nice.
Luigi, I go to Eastern and I really like the teachers.
I'm Charlotte, and I like the way that the teachers teach.
Fantastic. Okay, now we're all standing. Now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Scouts. Most of us here who go to Greenwich Public Schools are Americans, and we want to be proud of that. And we also understand there are some people in our schools that are not, and either they aspire to or they're temporarily visiting us. So let's make sure we put our best foot forward in every meeting going forward to make sure we show everyone in the Greenwich Public School System that this country is the best country in the world, and we should all be very proud of it. So thank you. May I begin by making a motion to approve the consent agenda? Karen, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, good. All in favor, please put your hand up. All opposed? Nobody? We're good. Now we'll begin with honoring our various variety of athletes and other awards this evening, music awards and our National Merit Scholarship Program honorees. We'll begin by having Pete Georgie Jew, Mr. G. Did I mess it up really bad? Thank you. Everyone messes up. Nobody calls him by his real name or actually does. They just Mr. G. So come on up, please. You're Egypt.
Perfect. Good evening, Superintendent Jones, Chairperson Kelly, Board of Education members, and everyone in attendance today, both physically and virtually. Thank you all for taking the time to recognize our fall athlete, all-state high school student athletes. The Connecticut High School Coaches Association shows the following student athletes in their respective sports. Students, when I call your name, please stand and remain standing until the whole group is recognized. We ask the audience to hold applause till the end. In cross country, junior Kate Friedman. Cross country junior Christian Zawazlak. Cross country freshman Mateo Chisara. Field hockey senior Clara Miffelman. Golf senior Charles Schroy. Golf junior Owen Duda. Golf sophomore Alexander Ensling. Football Jake Kiernan, senior. Or he's a senior, excuse me. Football, senior Jack Wilson. Football, junior Griffin Galetta. Football, junior John Insigna. And football, sophomore Peter Van Vulakis. For swimming and diving, senior Daisy Decker. Junior Annabelle Guarnera. Junior Sydney G. And freshman Melissa Geiger. Folks, these are your all-state representatives from Greenwich High School. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Oh, my bad. I skipped over soccer. Soccer senior Lucas. Oh, God. Lucas, stand up. I also would like to thank you guys for recognizing not one, not two, but three all-state teams in the fall at Greenwich High School. First up to speak about their team and recognize them will be Jeff Santilli, who is the coach of the golf team at Greenwich High School. Jeffrey?
Congratulate. And Jeff and I are friends for years. We worked together some years ago.
Years ago.
Jeff has the coolest job. You play golf after school.
No.
I
That's a
know,
myth,
I'm
folks.
I'm
We do
just
not
teasing.
play golf anymore.
But please, during your speech or before your speech, can you please make reference to your handicap, what it is, please? And then your speech. Thank you.
I don't know. They'll give me a hard time about that one. So we'll just call it about a 4 or so, right, Charles? Is that good enough? All right. Good evening and thank you for having us here tonight. I first want to start off because sometimes it goes overlooked to say thank you to my assistant coach, Matt Fletcher, for all he does for this program. Without him, we cannot have the boys that we have here this evening and get to the point that we usually get to. So thank you, Matt. He didn't want to come up here tonight, but so. I'll be quick. I just wanted to go over a few things for the season. Obviously, we had a great year and that's why we're here this evening. But to be the coach of these guys, it was just such a special year. It was an easy year to coach. They were just a great group. I honestly think we kept Rinaldi's and Villanueva in business this year with some of the food trips, but we discussed at the beginning of the year what it was going to take to get to this point and to hold a few titles at the end of the year. And with that, they really put the extra time in over the weekends to get to the point where they got to. And obviously all these athletes here, as Michael Jordan says, champions are made when no one is watching. And that's clear with the soccer, football team and the golf team. With that, these 6 guys joined only 2 other teams on record in the program history that I have found, going back to when Rick Osvik was a coach, 1981 and 2012, to go undefeated and win both the state and FCX championship. So they joined some elite company and I'm very proud of them for that. It was also very impressive, as you see all in this room, how many state athletes we had, and having 3 out of the 6 on the golf team was just what an accomplishment that was. But I'd like to introduce the players this year, starting down on the very end. You think you messed up Pete's name? No. AJ Ensline. We got that right for the first time all season. Guys, stand up. Who we got? Jack Hopper. Emmett Graham. Owen Duda. Dylan Harris. Charles Schroy. And Coach Matt Fletcher. Again, thank you for having this evening and we'll continue to make the school and community proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next up is our boys soccer team, coached by Kurt Putnam.
Kurt is a friend of mine for 20 years. We've known each other for a very long time.
Being on boards together.
Absolutely. And he taught me a lot about soccer. I spent many years coaching soccer, youth soccer, both in travel and Saturday morning soccer. And I got a lot of lessons from him. We worked together on a bunch of different things. I served on the board and he was an advisor to the board. And He is just a tremendous guy. And for him, having coached at the high school with him, for him to get the state championship, if you guys please understood how important it is to him, and I know he's so proud, he's the proudest guy in the world right now. So I'm so proud of him.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you. All right, so I actually had no idea I was supposed to give a speech, so I'm going to actually do my best. Thanks for prepping me, Pete. It's much appreciated. First of all, just like Jeff, it's really important to acknowledge the people behind the scenes that make so many other things happen, so that us as coaches can just basically get on with taking care of our players and trying to coach the players as best as we can for that to be as competitive as we can. So really for the parents of certainly the captains on the varsity team and the booster club, you know, it goes without saying, you are an integral part for us to be as successful as what we have been this year. My assistant coach, Ray Marshall, who is up there somewhere in Costa Rica, probably having a crafty one at the bar. Ray and I have known each other a long time. I actually coached his son, who was one of my captains many years ago. And, you know, we've formed an incredible working relationship. So, you know, for both of us to be able to share the moments that we had this year was an incredible experience. With respects to the players, I'll be honest, it was somewhat unexpected. We kind of labored through the FCX season a little bit. We played some great games. We played some kind of okay games, and we played some poor games. We got into the FCX tournament, which we have done since I've coached 22 straight years, and high hopes of probably getting to the final, but we come up against a very good Trumbull team, and we didn't help ourselves with mistakes that we made, and pretty much kind of gift wrap them the trip to the final with our first half display. And really it came down to, well, what now for the postseason? And, you know, I got the group of players together and I said, well, you know, we're making far too many mistakes. So unless we fix something with the system that we're playing and with moving some players around, we're not going to go very far in the tournament. And when the draw came out, we looked at it, and it was not going to be an easy pathway to a final. We played the previous year's state champions in the first round and beat them on penalties. We played Trumbull again for the third time that season and beat them on penalties. We went to Newington, who were the 9th seed, and actually was the only game we won in regulation. Surprise, surprise. We then played Fairfield Prep, who were seeded higher than us, in the semi-finals and beat them on penalties. And then played Hall, who we had actually played in the season, and gave us a really good beating and beat them on penalties. So I've kind of done something that the English national team seems to struggle with, which is actually winning penalty shootouts. And, you know, I was on the end of my phone during the World Cup, ready in case Gareth Southgate needed to call me up, just in case he wanted some advice. But I have to hand it to these players. Honestly, the sacrifice that they made going into postseason with a system that we had very little time to practice, there's just their sheer desire, their work rate, their effort. It was absolutely tireless. And, you know, I couldn't have been prouder at the end when even when we got into overtime and then eventually into penalties and obviously beat a very, very good team. Proudest moment of my coaching career, without a doubt, with a group of players who did something that no other team for 61 years has done in Greenwich, which was to win a state championship. So, you know, I'm looking forward to the boys that are all coming back next year. And as Leo just said, it's time to get a 3rd star. So hopefully it won't take as long to do it, and we can try and get back and do it again next year. So I want to call up the players, or actually the players can stand up. The captains, Lucas, Gordy, Jamie, and Nick, who's not actually here. And then Jack, who unfortunately got injured during the season. But we got a nice medal for him at the end of it. Max, Tomas, Leon, Charlie, Mink, Nick, Nate, Mika, Matt, Thomas, Nick, Andre. Who else we got? Oh, and Javier. Just quickly about Javier. Javier didn't play much actually of the postseason. However, we're talking nerves of steel and just ice cold. He came up and took a penalty in the penalty shootout with not actually stepping on the field the entirety of that game. And when I looked at him and I said, "You've won a penalty, have you?" He said, "Give me the ball, coach. I'll go up number one." And that just says a lot about this squad of players, that no matter how much they played, they were willing to sacrifice themselves and then do the business when it needed it most. And I just wanted to shout out to Javier for that, because that was absolutely huge what you did in that final. So congratulations, boys.
And the third state championship team is the football team at Greenwich High School, coached by Anthony Morello.
I also had the pleasure of working a little bit with Coach Morello back when I was working at the school. And there are some things that we'd certainly like to point out. If you consider the COVID season, which we had to shut down, Coach Morello had actually won a state championship as the head coach fastest, or the fastest of any other coach in the history of Greenwich High School. So
Hey.
he did that in 3 years.
We'll take it. If my voice goes out, I lost it earlier in the week and I'm yet to find it. But I'm going to do my best to be as robotic as I can when I announce your name, so you don't get a squeak in the middle of it. Thank you for having us. Tony Jones, obviously Joe, we go way back. So thankful for all that you guys do for us. As a Greenwich Public Schools alum, I spent 13 years in Greenwich Public Schools. Was actually taken back when I walked in here today. I was in here, I think it was the year 2000. I saw Fiddler on the Roof, Central Middle School was performing. So I look back here and we are a long way from Anatevka. Looks like New York City perhaps, but it is, it's so great for me to be able to be a part of this for these guys. I know what it feels like to put everything you got into a state championship and come up short as a player. I was 0 for 4 as a player when it got to the playoffs. So for me personally, to be able to help you guys achieve your goals was really something that I'm going to cherish for the rest of my life. I'd like to congratulate the other teams and coaches that are here tonight. Quick story about Coach Putnam. Early in the season, we were having a lot of bus shortages happening all over the state, and we had a freshman game, road game. We have a big freshman team. It requires 2 buses, and only 1 bus showed up. Soccer also had an away game that day, and the game was penciled in a little later on in the evening. And Coach Putnam gave up the bus. Said, "Hey, coach, just take the bus and go." So the freshman team was able to arrive on time and play that game. And a big thanks to Coach for doing that. But I think, being here with all these teams and here with the town of Greenwich, it just goes to show that, all the teams working together can do great things. And it's not always the case. And it wasn't the case when I was growing up. And to have all of our coaches working in tandem for the betterment of student athletes is something that I know I'm really proud of and proud to come to work with. So, I just wanted to point that out, and thank you again for doing that. Next time it's going the other way, we'll have a bus to give to your guys. And I want to thank Pete for organizing this. I know in 2018, when we won a state championship, we didn't get to do, this event. I think it's a really special opportunity. So as far as this season goes, yeah, it was a really magical run. Football doesn't stop. And this team, the seniors now and the juniors, they lost the game in early December of 2021, and their season started the next day. They were working tirelessly January all the way through the summer with lifts 4 days a week, running programs, getting up at 6 a.m. for morning workouts all throughout the summer, and dedicating their time and their efforts towards a common goal. And they were able to achieve that goal. So kudos to you guys. Every day, that we're farther away, I get a little more excited about the day. So it's something that isn't like dissipating. It's continuing to grow. So hopefully you guys got hopefully you feel the same way, and hopefully you got more out of this program than just winning a state championship. Because if things didn't go our way, I sure hope that you'd still remember all the life lessons and goals that you learned and the friendships and bonds that you made. And those are ones that you'll carry on for a lifetime. Some of my closest friends now were guys that I played with in high school. So congrats. We have a lot of student athletes in our program, approximately 190 through all 4 levels. I'm not going to read 190 names tonight, but I do want to recognize the guys that are here and other contributors to our state championship run. So I'd like to start kind of in reverse order and open with our captains. So if I can have number 8, Matthew Trimmer, number 9, Dominic DeLuca, number 14, Jack Wilson, and number 76, Jake Kiernan, all stand up for me. And if we can just do an applause for these captains on their own, I think that would be awesome. You guys were exceptional the entirety of the journey. Tremendous leaders, tremendous vocal leaders on and off the field, and tremendous athletes too. A lot of multi-sport players and a lot of guys are going to be continuing their athletic career at the next level. So look forward to seeing how that pans out over the next few months, and can't wait to watch you guys on Saturdays in the upcoming years. If you guys can stay standing, I'm now going to announce the rest of the seniors. Wyatt Abernathy, and we can hold our applause till the end of this. Wyatt Abernathy, Peyton Eslonson, Ryan Bailey, Sergo Boone, Christian Brutus, Andre Castellanos, Michael Cipollone, Sean Cowie, Layart Deducci, Charlie Dixon, Kane Earhart, Drew Falla, Teddy Flynn, Danny Fox, Wyatt Gibson, Carl Grafassi, George Hernandez, Vincent Nsinga, Zachary Jacob, Jack Konigsberg, Michael Moeller, Miles Moore, Robert Pastor, Anthony Pedicano, Sander Tomasino, Neo Vigilante, Arian Wadwa, James Whalegum, Teddy Walsh. Senior class, 2023. For our juniors, Brandon August, Kyle Allen, Nick Aravides, David Baumgarten, Brandon Boone, Dylan Brem, Adorian Campbell, Antonio Ciccarelli, Chris Crooks, Alex Fluke, Tyler Fong, Griffin Galetta, Gavin Generelli, Nicholas Granito, Rocco Grillo, Mark Holtz, John Nsinga, Kiko Ivanov, Logan Joswiak, Ian Kim, Daniel Manuli, Ryan McBriarty, Yasir McGee, Johnny McHugh, Vincent Monick, Brian Nova, Ryan Park, Sebastian Para, Tommy Passamano, Eric Perino, Ignacy Pietrica, Kane Rama, James Rowena, Jaden Scott, John Saparis, David Varela, George Vamvalakis, George Weeksner, and Tommy Ibarra, our junior class. And sophomores, it looks like we have Chase Inesta, we have Max Merrick, we have Michael D'Angelo, we have Peter Vamvalakis. Our sophomores. Did I miss anybody that's present? Okay, great. Lastly, I'd like to thank my coaches. I'm fortunate to have probably one of the largest, but really the most talented group of guys that I've ever had a chance to work with. Some I was fortunate enough to inherit, and others I was able to meet and bring in, and this one was really shared by all of us. And these coaches, some of them live up in Bethel, up in Shelton and Derby, and they commute here 6 days a week in the fall to be with these guys, to make practice, to drive home in rush hour at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. at night, day after day after day, year after year after year. The commitment to them is unquestioned, and I wouldn't be standing here without them. So just want to give a thank you to all of them as well. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you, Anthony. Okay, we have some more recognitions, which once we have the recognitions, I know we have midterms, so I'd encourage the kids, though, the boys and girls to go home and study for their midterms. But I would like you to stay for the recognitions. Now we have the NAFME Student Songwriting Competition. Cue ice cream in the driveway, please. Ms. Friedman, come on up. Thank you.
Play the whole thing, no? Hey, thank you. That's great, man. That's good. Thank you. Hi, I'm Barbara Friedman. I've been teaching electronic music and composition and studio production at Greenwich High School since 2001. Started by Ann Meduno in 1969, GHS has the longest continually running music technology program in the United States and possibly the world. Today, music technology classes such as the GHS program are offered in tens of thousands of schools all over the world. Along with my teaching partner, Jason Polis, we provide musical arts, humanities, and STEM learning and credits to over 300 students every year, making the GHS program one of the largest in the country. This year, almost 30% of the seniors in our program will go on to college to major in music, composition, audio engineering, music production, or music industry and business. We hope that they and others will be joining the long list of GHS graduates who are vibrant professionals and well-known artists in the $50 billion a year music and communications industry.
Hi there. The GHS Music Department is very proud to congratulate Yuta Takahashi, selected as the winner in the category grades 9 through 12 for the 2022 National Association for Music Education, NAFME, Student Songwriters Competition. Yuta was a sophomore and a student in GHS electronic music songwriting and recording class last year with myself and Barbara Friedman as teachers. We co-teach the class. When he submitted the piece to the competition, Yuta is also in the GHS Honors Chamber Singers. Patrick Taylor is the director, and he is an exceptional GHS student academically as well. Yuta is a multi-instrumentalist and a vocalist. He plays more instruments than I even know now. He played and sang literally everything on the piece you just heard, titled Ice Cream in the Driveway, that won the national competition. We are so very, very proud of all of Yuta's accomplishments. Thank you.
Yuta, where are you, man? Yeah. Come on up, man. Take a bow. Give it up for Yuta. Thanks, man. Nicely done. Take a bow. Take a bow for your crowd. By the way, I just want to give a shout out to Yuta's parents and to all the parents who are here supporting your young people, because without you, the parents, they really wouldn't have the accomplishments that they have. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
For having.
We've had my kids, you know that, right?
I did?
Yes.
Did they pass?
No. Of course they did. Thank you. That's awesome. Now we have the NAMM Foundation 2022 Best Community for Music Education Award. Tony, that's you, right?
It
Dr.
is.
Jones.
Sorry. Thank you. We're here tonight and we've invited Laura Newell to join us. I think we all know that we have one of the best music education programs in the country, but it's wonderful when an outside organization agrees with us. And I'm so glad you went right before Laura, because I know, Laura, you work so hard with all of your staff, and our music program is phenomenal. And you can't have a great program without a great leader. And I know somebody mentioned COVID earlier tonight. Your program had so many impacts during COVID, just like our athletic programs, and you powered through it. And you kept your music program strong without losing a beat. And we were just talking, I was talking to some people that are going to be in the Eastern musical before tonight, and we haven't missed a beat. And it's very much because of you, and also the wonderful people that you hire and that you lead. So if you'd like to come forward and say a few words, we'd love to have you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. I'm just going to be very brief, but I want to make sure that you understand while it's brief. When I talk about my teachers, they are the best in this world. They are some of the most accomplished musicians I've ever worked with. I've moved around from all over the state, and I have to tell you that your kids are in great hands. They are compassionate with your children. They focus on like honing their craft every single day. Not only do they teach music, they also support your child socially and emotionally. I see so many kids in the band room, in the chorus rooms, in the orchestra rooms, just being together and building a music community. That's what our role is. Not only to just make them outstanding musicians, but to build a community of music. So when they go off into the world, they're singing to their children, they're listening to the radio, they're listening to Utah's composition. And I couldn't say anything more. They are just amazing, amazing individuals. And when you see a music teacher that you've come across, kids, in all the years here, please say thank you. They put in countless hours before school, after school, to make sure our program is the best. Thank you.
Hold on. Okay, now we have the National Merit Scholarship Program honorees. Miss Ianello. There you are.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you to the Board of Education and Dr. Jones for allowing us this opportunity to honor some outstanding students this evening. The National Merit Scholarship Corporation honors students every year based on their college board scores on the PSATs. And just to give you an idea of how exceptional our students are, the first group of students that I'm going to recognize tonight are our commended students. Sorry. And these students are part of only the top 3 or 4% nationally. So that's an incredible accomplishment for them academically. Our National Merit semifinalists are part of a 1% of the top in our country. So we have a lot to be proud of and thankful for to all the work that you've done. So the first group of students I would like to recognize tonight are our commended students. There are 36 of them. So as I read your name, I'll ask you to please remain standing. I need to lift this up. This happens to tall people. Sorry. Sorry. So I'll ask you to stand up and remain standing until the end. And if you could please hold your applause. I will say I've been here for 4 months, so I apologize ahead of time if I do not pronounce your name correctly, so please forgive me. Isabel Benison, Nicholas Carlson, Stephanie Chang, Nina Clark, Douglas Dozier, Madeline Duff, Michelle Ferrone, CCG, Dylan Germain, Matteo Giuliani Alcantrell, Nicholas Giuliani Alcantrell, apologize, Gaston Gomez, Ambika Grover, Whitaker Grover, Audrey Hall, Avery Imp, Kai Jane, Nathan Joy, Noah Kim, Adam Klasharsky, Victoria Liu, Marcus Latufo, Archer Manning, Charles Miranda, Nicole Orlowski, Alexander Palmer, Maxwell Rabe, Yukira Saki, Alan Shu, Christine Song, Jane Steppine, Benjamin Sullivan, Ann Suzuki, Kevin Topelt, Alexander Tu, and Kira Young. So again, these students scored in the top 3 to 4% nationally. So congratulations. So the next group of students are juniors this year. We have 11 of these students. You heard me call quite a few names. Our commended students, we had 36 of them. And I'm just blown away by the level of achievement that our students regularly show in this school, and we have a lot to be proud of. Our national semifinalists for this year for the 2023, our first national semifinalist is Sophie Citron. Yay. Teresa Dobbins, Alexander Akiko. Sorry, I didn't say that right. Arjun Kishore, Lauren Coaster, Luke Mazzullo, Joaquina Mande, Laura Nugan, Emil Schoenberg, Harry Waters, and Brandon Yu. Congratulations, you guys are all amazing.
Well, that's great. We got some smart kids. That's way cool. And one more thing that I'd like you students to hang around for is to hear from your student government. So if I can have, I believe we start with the student body vice president, Mitch Goldstein. Mitch, you are a friend of my daughter. She says you're a wonderful kid. We have not had a chance to really spend time together yet, but I'm looking forward to doing that going forward at the school. How you doing, Mitch? Good? Oh, thank you.
And I like the new setup we have here. We get to talk to everyone at the meeting. So good morning, good evening, board members and meeting attendees. My name is Mitch Goldstein, and I'm the student body vice president this year. I want to start by congratulating all of the students on their achievement this year. It's great to see just how much high-level work is being done, both in the classrooms and on the fields at GHS. This week, students are completing their midterm exams, and as we look into the second semester, the Office of Student Activities and a few student clubs are hosting a Super Bowl food drive leading up to the Super Bowl. All students have been asked to bring in cans of soup, which will then be donated to Neighbor to Neighbor. On the note of food, the Diversity and Food Services Subcommittee have planned a chef's table event with executive chef Nico to celebrate the Chinese New Year. Later this month, students will be able to get food that connects to the Chinese New Year. This is the first event in a series of events that aims to bring a more diverse food options to Greenwich High School. And with this addition, the student government aims to provide a more diverse and representative menu. Earlier this month, the student government sent out a survey during advisories to try to determine the most pressing issues at GHS. We were thrilled to receive over 1,200 responses. The most common concern was related to midterm weighting, which has been addressed thanks to Mr. Mayo and the administrative team at GHS. The next priority was student-centered trash, followed by proper utilization of flex time, and finally, GPA weighting and college preparation. Going forward, the student government will continue to work with administration and with students to address these issues. I would also like to address the new courses that are being introduced tonight. I want to say that GHS students support the addition of the Guitar 2 class and especially the addition of an honors linear algebra class to GHS. More high-level classes will allow students to expand their knowledge in a larger variety of academic areas. On behalf of the student body, I want to thank you all for your time, and I look forward to continuing to work with the board as we begin the year. I now pass the microphone over to Student Body President Isabella Gaga.
Isabella, you stood out a lot when we knew you in middle school, and your personality is overwhelming and great, so please.
Welcome, everyone. I know this is probably the first time for a lot of you, so I'm Isabella Gaga, your student body president at Greenwich High School. Good evening, Chairman Kelly, Dr. Jones, members of the board, and meeting attendees. Happy New Year. I want to start off by congratulating Mr. Kelly on his newly elected position as chair. And to Ms. Stowe, we want to thank you for your leadership on the board and your support of the students. We are so excited to work with the both of you and the rest of the board for the rest of 2023. As XCOM and student government representatives head into 2023, we have been reflecting on the past year and set goals for the second semester. Each class at GHS aims to host one class-specific event, and our subcommittees will foster a collaborative environment to brainstorm ideas to continue improving our school. We hope to see a large turnout at student events and are optimistic for the next half of the school year. Beyond this, Greenwich High School students are currently deep into the midterm process. Although this is time of stress, teachers have been accommodated students' needs, and we are incredibly appreciative. Administrators have been highly receptive to student feedback, implementing mandatory review packets, a review day prior to exams, and a choice between 5% and 10% weighting for midterms for full year courses. During these times of stress, though, we as students turn to Ms. Foster, our Director of Student Activities, to put a smile on everyone's face as she coordinates a Semester 2 Spirit Week kickoff starting February 6th. Filled with fun events, exciting dress-up themes, and entertaining activities during lunch, we are excited for the end of midterms and a fresh start of Semester 2. I am hopeful for the future to come, and I look forward to speaking with you all once again next month. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Lil, I'm sorry, I'm going to release the students to go home and study for their midterms because that's the priority. Lil, I know you love an audience, but we're going to have to break up this audience a little bit because it is midterm season.
While everybody's heading out, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that tonight we honored students who are in the disciplines of athletics, academics, and the arts, which is pretty impressive, I just have to say. So congratulations to all of our students.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. And now introducing Lil Perone. Come on up, Lil.
Whoa, right lights.
Not coming at us out of the dark anymore.
Whoa, where's my sunglasses?
You can hold up.
Yeah, wait. Like the music, Mark and I could have danced down together. This is my speech, that's all. All right, well, good evening, everyone. I'm Lillian Perone, the proud president of the Greenwich Education Association. First of all, I love this setup. I can look at the people and nothing personal, not at you guys. And Joe, you're right within arm's reach of me. You just felt the energy as I was standing back there, watching all the awards. It's really a blessing and just so exciting, just to have the acknowledgement of so many students and coaches and staff and teachers and just the gratefulness of thanking and have the opportunities to share their wins. You know, it's so exciting standing on the field and hearing the national anthem. I've been there at the college level, and it's really exciting for the coaches and players here today. And thank you to Laura, who also praised the teachers, not only students and administration, but our teachers do work hard. So many teachers are out there during COVID, there for the students. They all work hard. Thank you to my friend Pete Georgiou, who's here. He's doing a great job, great guy. And to my PE and health staff that's also here, Kathy and Chris, and all the other administration that I see. Hi, Daisy. See there. So thank you all. It's great that we have a commonality, that we can celebrate success within this great district. So thank you to our parents too. Now to the not more exciting stuff, but you know. All right, so thank you, Mark. Oh, there you go, right there. Thank you, Mark, and the coordinators for the STEM presentation. I thought was quite interesting. K-8 STEM report with the data points. Some things that I'm interested in hoping to learn from future presentations and conversations. Looking at the K-8 math SBA mastery grades 3-8 student achievement trends for years 2019 through 22. Very interested in hearing the story behind the numbers. Sometimes you can't just look at numbers. You have to look at, there's always a hidden story behind some of the data. One thing I thought was very interesting, especially grades 3 and 4, because when I look at the gray highlighted area, which is 2019 pre-COVID results, which might be a benchmark and true indicator of where students are, then you compare it to the 2021 COVID scores, you see the data representing learning loss. And as I go to my state meetings, it's all districts are experiencing this learning loss. And, you know, we're having discussions on sharing strategies and ideas like how do we, in different, you know, curricular areas, how just are they handling this? What's more interesting, though, is that in the third year trend in 2002, a couple of grades 3 surpassed the pre-COVID year scores and got to the 75 target. Not only got to the target, but the 78% went up to 78%.
And while grade 4 also improved target goals also in 2022 of 75%. Now, if this is for third grade, what I don't know is it a cohort trend, or are those third graders, they were first graders and second graders, and now they're third graders, and that's the score when they were third graders. So I'm interested on hearing that. I also observed the same data trends for the NGSS science achievement trends for 8th grade. And I know that we will probably, as a district, take a deep dive into what and how was done in these 2 grade levels with the cohort study trend, and share the knowledge and skills and incorporate the best practices so that across all grade levels and all schools, we can incorporate the same strategy and best practices to hopefully achieve that for all our students here in Greenwich. One thing I'd like to also talk about is the initiative of the State Board of Education, newly initiated CT SEDS program. Talking at the state level again, it was a program that probably had a lot of kinks that really needed to be worked out before it was introduced to the school system. And the state probably, and they know that, we've already talked to them at the state level, Kate Diaz, CA president. A lot of glitches. And again, straight through Connecticut, not just the Greenwich problem. It's hitting every school, the same things on tweaking. It's very frustrating for every school system. It's very frustrating for the teachers with programs that put you in a place. Many times with glitches, you have to report and wait for the fixes. It is getting better. But sometimes we have to think about the positive. I try and tell teachers, think about the positive things, that when sometimes you have to put the work in to front load it, and that when all is said and done, we're suffering now throughout the state and throughout the district. We'll all have common language, common things, and in the end, it'll be better. So you have to keep your eyes on the prize sometimes when you're stumbling. One thing I asked the board to consider and our cabinet is there's still lots of work to be done. Teachers need time. Our special education and PPS staff have been working very hard and long hours. We need to be cognizant, especially with new initiatives. We need to be thoughtful and pace them and provide support, provide training support. And the common theme for teachers throughout the district that I'm hearing is that they need more time, need more collaboration time. And in the end, I think we'll reap the rewards of that collaboration. So to end that, I look forward to collaborating with the GPS cabinet and how we can provide teachers with more time and collaborative opportunities. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Lil. And let's hear from PTAC now. It's Frances Wunobe. Is she? Oh, there you are. Fantastic. You made it. That's wonderful. Myself and Frances have had some nice conversations over the last couple of weeks.
Ooh, right.
Good evening. I'm Frances Wunobe, mom of 3 GPS kids and the 2022-2023 president of the Greenwich Parent-Teacher Advisory Council. I'll start tonight's remarks channeling my mom with a traditional Japanese New Year's greeting. 明けましておめでとうございます。昨年は大変お世話になり、誠にありがとうございました。本年もどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。皆様の健康とご多幸をお祈り申し上げます。Which means, Happy New Year. Sincere thanks for all your care and consideration last year. Looking forward to your continued support in 2023. Wishing all of you good health and happiness. PTAC is a nonpartisan, non-political organization made up of a governing board of directors, presidents of all 15 school PTAs, and 17 powerhouse advisory committees covering academics, buildings, curriculum enrichment, and more. If you're ready to be more engaged in our schools, please join your school PTA today. And nominating for the 2023-2024 PTAC slate is also now open. Turning to hot topics and tonight's consent agenda, PTAC highlights these ABCs for the Board of Education consideration. A, for academics. PTAC is extremely interested in tonight's report out and discussion regarding K-12 STEM. In science, PTAC is pleased to see strong district results against the NGSS standards. Keep it up. And congratulations to our Regeneron scholars and newest middle school innovators. But in math, our math scores need work just to hit the state of Connecticut's 70% goal. And we have to get to 70% before we can set our sights on the Board of Education's 80th percentile math mastery goal. There's work to do. We, parents, teachers, and the community want to see results that reflect math confidence, math literacy, and math joy. We want to see our students see that math is magical, magnificent, and mandatory. We all know the working world demands strong math skills, whether you become an astronaut, a banker, chef, dancer, or zookeeper. We see the disparity between our schools. So how do we lift all district schools to the target? We look to the district and the Board of Education to identify clear, actionable steps we can all take to work towards hitting these important targets. B is for budgets. PTAC looks forward to Tuesday's BET Budget Committee meeting to approve the BOE's operating capital budgets. Parent, teacher, student, and administrator input went into these plans to ensure our academics stay strong, our buildings stand up, and our school district supports all our student needs. C is for community. PTAC appreciates the vocal bipartisan partnership for the Western Middle School fields, the continued support for Central Middle School and Old Greenwich School. PTAC was very pleased to welcome new BOE Chair Joe Kelly to our January 2023 PTAC monthly meeting. Joe welcomed our input and encouraged all to come together for our students. On February 3rd at 11 a.m., PTAC welcomes the Greenwich United Way to share their efforts towards adolescent mental health. Please visit the Greenwich PTAC website for Zoom details and prior recordings. To end where we started, I wish all those celebrating Lunar New Year on Sunday, channeling my dad this time, Shinran Kuai-le. Happy Year of the Rabbit. We look forward to working together in 2023, and to all our Greenwich High School students honored tonight, well done and best wishes for your midterms. And thank you, as always, to our Greenwich Public School teachers.
Domo arigato gomaste. I'll have the speakers here. Okay, now it's time for public comments. We'll start with Jackie Homan. Jackie, are you here or online?
Hi there. Hi there.
Hi, Jackie.
Good evening, Board of Education members and Dr. Jones. I took an opportunity to review the Greenwich Together survey that you plan on administering to children in grades 7 through 12. And the survey says it's about positive things that you might have in yourself, your family, and your friends, as well as about substance abuse and other risky behaviors. The questions start off innocent at first, but then students are asked intrusive questions about parents' attitudes and behaviors around drugs and alcohol, for instance. They're asked if they've ever tried a long list of substances like ecstasy, crack, PCP, heroin, fentanyl. Younger students who took this survey last year, particularly the 12 and 13-year-olds, indicated that the survey is actually what introduced them to many of these drugs in the first place. It's what inspired them to learn more about these substances, since it seemed like from the survey that everyone was doing it. So presumably, this is the opposite of what the survey's intentions are. Some of the questions on the survey feel suggestive, like how easy or hard would it be for you to get these substances if you wanted them? Students are told the survey is anonymous, but anything online, is it ever really anonymous? And who else gets access to the data once the survey is completed? Is this data sold to any third parties? And
Speaking of selling data to third parties, I would like to reiterate my concern about Yale's social emotional learning program, Ruler, since I see that the ARP ESSER 3 budget is on the agenda tonight too. This program teaches children to use a mood meter to track their emotions. How is that data used? And what third parties have access to that data? Will students with undesirable moods be referred to the guidance counselor or sent for a mental health diagnosis? And how does this intense focus on moods and emotions instead of academics help with learning loss? Of course, the social emotional learning curriculum was never approved by you, the Board of Education, as required by state education law. Yet that fact doesn't seem to be slowing down or stopping the implementation of this controversial curriculum that is rooted in New Age occult spirituality. Whatever happened to the separation of church and state? And we seem to be learning more and more every day about how social emotional learning is being used as a Trojan horse to deliver critical race theory and gender ideology lessons to children. And as a matter of fact, that was the exact subject of the latest Project Veritas investigation that just broke this week, which
30 seconds.
reminds me, can you pretty please give the community an update on the 5 different investigations into the former COSCOP assistant principal? It's been a very long time. And also, can you please give parents an update on the status of some of the controversial books that have been brought to your attention? Thank you so much for addressing these issues, and it's good to see everyone for the new year.
Why, thank you, Jackie. Katie, you. We'll see if we go back to her. Okay, that'd be great. Phil Browse, come on up, Phil.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Phil Browse, local in town. Thank you all for allowing me to speak at your meeting. I have an idea that I'd like to share with you all. We all have seen or heard of the drug fentanyl. It's on the news every day. Well, as you know, it's sadly taking our families and friends' lives in all towns across America. Here in Connecticut, we have 3 drug-related deaths every day. The Greenwich Police Department just arrested 2 people with 2 kilos of fentanyl, enough to kill 1 million people. 2 kilos, quite a bit. From 2012 to 2021, the increase in deaths from fentanyl is 327%. That's in Connecticut. That's a staggering stat. We must do something to stop this. Our families deserve a way to fight back, and Narcan kits are one way that is directly able to save a life when it's immediately needed. Sorry, 75% of those deaths occurred within our homes. 60% of the deaths were from fentanyl. This is local stuff. This is not somewhere else in the middle of the country. We must do something to help. We can no longer, in my opinion, just talk about it. We must take action to help those in need. This isn't just our kids, it's our fathers, our mothers, and family friends. We must do something. What I'm hoping we can do is open up a discussion on how to empower our Greenwich families to fight this horrible invasion of fentanyl. I can name 3 friends' sons that have passed away from this drug in town, and that is way too many. And those are the only ones that I know about. There are many more, I'm sure, unfortunately. What I'm proposing for us to consider is the thought of placing a Narcan kit in every medicine cabinet in our town for every high school student in our town. This is possible with your help and ideas on how to do this. The town of Greenwich is receiving $24,000 a year to combat drugs from Johnson & Johnson's settlement. Let us use some of these funds to purchase these kits and distribute them to our families in town. Many of us have college-age students that have returned home, and they run the risk too of using fentanyl, not forgetting to mention the parents, as they also might be.
30 seconds.
Nobody can see fentanyl as it's hidden and can only be detected by fentanyl strips. that are also available. But until we make these strips available, we all need some way of helping the souls that have been given a drug they might not have intended to use. What I envision is an Narcan kit in every medicine cabinet and every high school family's medicine cabinet. Did I say that twice? Available at a moment's notice should they arise for someone in your family.
Time.
It takes only micrograms of this highly toxic drug to kill. Sadly, our families are still taking these drugs that are fake and made with fentanyl. Marijuana has also been the other drug that has been infected or infused with this drug. Sadly, our kids use this too, and it's too late after the fact. Narcan saves lives. Let's try to have one kit per family in the medicine cabinet and give these families a chance to save a life. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. That should hopefully start a discussion. It's controversial, but we certainly want to start a discussion with that. So thank you. Julie Deschamps. There's Julie. All right.
Good evening. I'm Julie Deschamps, the chair of Waste Free Greenwich, and I've been working with Angie Hartofilis and the PTAC Green Schools Committee on the Zero Waste Schools program for the district. After years of advocating for waste reduction in our schools, we now have a strong program in place and the procedure to bolster it by updating regulation 3513.1R, which spells out the rationale for the program, materials to be diverted, and roles and responsibilities of stakeholders. In particular, we're grateful to Chair Joe Kelly for his staunch advocacy and his time and advice to navigate us through the process, and Vice Chair Christina Downey for her instruction and guidance. And thanks to Cody Kittle for our lively discussion and his encouragement. Superintendent Jones, we are deeply appreciative of your thoughtful review of the regulation and the amendments to make the program more effective and sustainable in the future. We would like to recognize Blaise Leviton for his responsiveness and excellent advice, as well as Dan Watson, Mark Bria, and Dave Nanarello for their support. We are indebted to the building principals, custodians, lunch monitors, teachers, and volunteers who have helped along the way. This is certainly a team effort. We have now rolled out the cafeteria waste program at 4 schools: New Lebanon, Old Greenwich, Central Middle School, and ISD, and will shortly launch at Eastern Middle and Parkway. The program has cut recycling contamination significantly and achieved a 41 to 49% diversion of waste through educational training and new sorting stations. I'm thrilled to report that just this week, we introduced the food scrap recycling pilot at New Lebanon. Students now separate all food scraps in a designated bin, and food services also contributes food scraps from the kitchen. This organic material is transported by a hauler at no cost to the district to a licensed facility to be processed into compost. Each day, an average of 35 pounds of food waste is diverted from the cafeteria waste stream. By segregating food scraps, the overall diversion rate has jumped from 42% to 76% by weight. Now an average 67 pounds daily, or a prospective 12,000
30 seconds.
pounds annually of cafeteria waste are no longer burned as trash at a cost to this town, but are instead converted to compost, recycled into new products, or diverted to drains to water treatment plants. Today, we had a spirited discussion about littering, waste disposal, and science of composting, and one third grader concluded, the process is gross, but it's good for the plants. The organics pilot and waste reduction program promise benefits to our budget, public health, and the environment, and teaches our children the value of environmental stewardship and civic responsibility. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I'll follow through with that. Julie's work is all volunteer with her crew, with her group, and she's gone and put a tremendous amount of work in, and at no cost to Greenwich Public Schools. Katie, are you there?
Miss Yu, you should be able to speak.
We'll return to Katie.
Hello, hello.
There's Katie.
Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't see the screen pop up. I apologize. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now and go ahead.
Super. Thank you so much. And my apologies again. Good evening. I will be brief. Really just wanted to state, it's been just a really good night for my family. And I really wanted to start with a message of thanks to the many teachers who we feel stand beside our son and who stood behind our son tonight in support to help him achieve this honor tonight. And looking forward, I really just wanted to express my excitement about the proposal tonight to add linear algebra as a course option at the high school, as well as the AP pre-calculus class. I am truly excited and heartened by this decision to offer these advanced level courses to a growing number of students who will seek to take these in a few years when they are at GHS. I applaud the math department for seeing the importance of having direct discourse among like-minded peers. This is something that my son truly enjoyed in classes such as Miss Francella's advanced calculus class, and something that he really missed in independent study. Just a couple of really quick thoughts. Currently, the MIT freeware linear algebra course is typically completed in 6 months. And I believe that this is something that is also common in some colleges. So I would be curious to know what the length of the class would be. And also, since this is likely going to be a class for seniors, how might this affect the AP statistics enrollment? Is it possible to consider allowing students to possibly even take this course during the summer to allow the opportunity for students to take linear algebra in their senior year? That's all I had to say, and thank you very much again. Good night.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. And next is Christine Rebstock. Christine, are you online?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Christine Rebstock. I'm a transsexual woman. I'm speaking out against social emotional learning, which introduces gender ideology, especially with the elementary and middle school kids, as this leads down a slippery slope. These kids will think that being trans is cool or a fad. It's not. Gender dysphoria is very real, and it's very tough to live with. I'm one of the 40% of trans people that attempted suicide. And in our state, because of state statute 19A-14C that allows mental health professionals to treat minor age kids without parental knowledge or consent, we've seen kids, such little girls could go to a school teacher or official and say, I'm really a boy inside me. And we're seeing these kids be put on puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, and have been given life-altering surgeries. This is wrong. This is child abuse. I've been on hormone replacement therapy for 3 years and faced a cancer scare. If this could happen to me, this could happen to one of our kids. This has to stop. I'm not an anti-LGBTQ kid. I want to help them. And this starts from the home, with their families, doctors, and therapists. It involves no medical transition. We could teach anyone. We don't need curriculum to teach kids that everyone's different. Let's be kind and respectful for everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Christine. Kathleen Steiner.
Hello, Chris Hernandez and I, we're happy to be here. Thank you, Dr. Jones, and thank you, the board. We're here from the GHS Health and Safety Education Department and Physical Education Department as health and PE teachers. And we're here to defend and support our aquatics and water safety program that was recently removed from our curriculum. According to the National Safe Kids Campaign and the National Safety Council, approximately 830 children drown in the US annually. And in diverse communities, minorities are 3 times more likely to drown than their non-minority peers. We often take for granted that everyone knows how to swim and survive in the water. However, this is a false notion. The reality is not everyone has the resources to learn, whether that be financial, time, or ability. As a shoreline community, we have a responsibility to teach all of our students the basics of swimming, how to be safe in and around the water, and what to do in case of a water emergency. Greenwich High School's aquatic and water safety program has been praised by the Zach Foundation and the Drowning Prevention Foundation and has been a fundamental PE course in our 9th grade curriculum for the past 45 plus years. Statistics have shown that increasing children's access to swimming lessons, teaching water safety in schools, and providing parents with tools to talk with their children about how to be safe in and around the water can have a huge impact on reducing drowning rates. Our aquatics and water safety course closes the achievement gap because it provides basic swimming and life-saving water skills to all of our students, regardless of academic ability. Whether we are at a pool party, at Todd's Point, on our sailboat, motorboat, or jet skis, having the knowledge and skills to swim and survive in the water allows us to have fun with our family and friends, but also could be life-saving. Unlike other subjects, the PE and Health and Safety Education Department sees all students in grades 9 through 12 each year. Greenwich High School has always been a trailblazer in the state of Connecticut. Instead of doing away with this vital course, we urge you to instead to look to personalize the experience for our students. Let's continue to set high standards and raise the bar. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm late to that discussion, but I've gotten a couple of calls about it, so there will be some further discussions about that amongst us. At least I will have discussions about it. Next is the superintendent's report. Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair Kelly.
Thank you.
It just didn't seem like it was on. Just a couple of items tonight. I think, first of all, I want to acknowledge, I think most of you saw in the paper, Angie Bramonti, who was now named to the Connecticut Academy of Science and Engineering. And I think we'll see him again at the end of the year to thank him in person when we see all of these wonderful research projects that the students do. And most of us can't understand what they're talking about because it's at such a high level. So congratulations to Mr. Bramonti. And I also want to just point out, and they did mention it in the paper, that we also now have this program in 8th grade, again, leading the country in science research. And I think you heard tonight, we're leading the country in lots of areas. We have a lot to be proud and celebrate. I also want to just congratulate Riverside, their musical Pippin. And, you know, when you look at what we do, and I know we recognized our musicians tonight, but our elementary productions look like middle school and even some high schools across the country. And by the time you get to high school, they just look professional. So congratulations to all of our musicians. Eastern will have their musical coming up. I know the board has a new document that we're trying to share all those dates, but be sure that you let us know if you're going to attend because they will sell out with all their tickets. All the seats will be gone. Battle of the Books for our elementary. This is something that they do every single year. It's a big competition, and this will be one of our first big events where we're able to use actually the Greenwich new auditorium, Greenwich Library. So excited about that. Midterms, I think, you know, again, I think I'm hearing great things. Students were very much appreciative of the administration and the adjustment that they made. And some of them reached out just to say thank you. And then a big reminder, first of all, that the budget hearing is next Tuesday night. I've had a lot of PTA, you know, reach out trying to understand which date is what happens. And Tuesday evening at 6 o'clock, the first selectman will present the town budget, operating and capital, and then the Board of Ed, we will be presenting the operating and the capital, and then it's the actual public hearing. And so we'll have some documents tomorrow in our Friday note that will help parents know how they can either send comments in writing to the BET or how they can make live comments. We also were asked by our PTA to be sure and give them information on Central, for instance, because there's been a lot of confusion. And so I know the board today saw a copy of a Q&A, and thanks to Laura Costin for getting that started. And so we've got a Q&A, and there's also a one-page fact sheet that I think is going to be really helpful for the community as a whole. And last but not least, just thank you to everybody that showed up for the Western Middle School soil remediation public hearing last week. We packed the house and online. And as one of the regulators was leaving, he made the comment that he'd, been doing this work for about a decade, just around 10 or so years. And that just on this one project, he had more community comment and participation than he had in the previous 10 years on all of his projects. So we should be very proud of that as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Laura?
Could I come back to the aquatics now, or should we do that later?
We could talk about that now if you like.
So just a question. I have two high schoolers that have dreaded the aquatics class because it is the most awkward time to be in a swimsuit with your peers. So I just wondered if we ever considered a test out option so that there would be a way for kids who needed the aquatics program to have it, and that kids who didn't need that kind of instruction could use that instructional time to take a different class and not one that they didn't really need to take.
And I think that that's some conversation that we've had. We can certainly continue it. We are not eliminating the aquatics course. So I want to make sure that you know that. I did email the board, I think a week or two ago about this. It's still available, but it's a choice for students and families. And I will be very honest, I really think ninth grade's too late to be introducing students to swimming. And there's a program that the YMCA actually runs, and it's aimed at second grade. And that's where I really think for an assured experience working with the Y, we need to start when they're younger. Now, I will tell you, I had a PE teacher, somebody that knows the program, said that they believe the number is probably about 90% of our kids come in already knowing how to swim. So it's really that 10% that we really want to target and encourage families and students to take the aquatics course. But I'm also hoping we'll continue in the high school to expand our offerings. I mean, I would love to see us doing water aerobics. I'd love to see us having lap swimming for students who really want to develop lifetime fitness. I think there's so many opportunities. And I will say, I think there's a lot of support for the approach that we're taking. We are in a time where when you talk about how young people feel about their bodies, there are young people who are very uncomfortable in that class. And I had somebody ask me, well, couldn't you offer it by gender? In 2023, no, we really could not without being in an Office of Civil Rights situation. And so that's just, we don't do that anymore. And there are several court cases, even when you look at mathematics and gender. So those have been settled, and we know that. As far as testing out, I will tell you, I had a great conversation with a group of parents. They were actually the Eastern parents who were at a PTA meeting, and they were asking about that. I would support that if we wanted to test out. It's not easy to implement, but in the month of June, taking busload of students over, letting them swim across the pool, I would be happy to do that. That's not where we are right now. That's not the recommendation. But certainly if we wanted to go in that direction, that's something we could do. But my goal is really to offer swimming earlier in their life so that we know our youngest students really know how to swim.
Kathleen?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I agree with you, Laura. I think it's very important that you noted that it's still available, but it's not mandatory. And I wholeheartely support it not being mandatory, because I do think it wasn't a good use of my child's time either. However, the testing out option is important. I know that I had to do that at Notre Dame. In order to graduate Notre Dame, you have to prove you can swim. And so, and I believe Cornell has the same program. Yes. So, I think it's an interesting option to take it that way. Thank you.
Karen?
Well, on the same topic, I would say I also fully support making it optional. This is something even before COVID, I had been asking for. It's not a state requirement, just happens to be, we happen to have a pool. But I also understand that, the need for life safety courses is exceptionally important, especially in this day and age. I do love the option I had suggested years ago about testing out and offering other options, life safety courses for our students. And I just wanted to see, when this decision was made, like I said, I don't know if there was a discussion at the high school or with any of the, educators as to what other options we might be able to offer just for students in some of the more unique and creative types of PE courses, because I'd love to be able to have that discussion going forward. As you saw, a lot of athletes were here tonight being honored, but not every student's an athlete, and it's a nice opportunity to offer some new types of courses for them if they're going to not have that as a credit option.
I have a close and trusted friend, Steve Lapham, who was one of the original designers of this program, I understand, and he contacted me the other day. He was kind enough to share a story. Now, he said, it's not a swimming class. It's not a class only to teach people how to swim. It's a class that teaches people or kids in a coastal community how to react to dangerous situations. He had said that, if somebody falls in the water from a dock or on the beach, and how do you approach that? If we do a lot of boating in our community, how do you address somebody falling overboard? How do you approach that? He said the course, I've never taken the course, but he says the course addresses all these things. He tells of a couple of years ago, some students, ex-students had come back to him, one specific, and said, Coach Lapham, or Steve, or whatever they called him at that stage. He said, our boat, one time on the Long Island Sound, we were way far away from shore, we anchored, and we decided to go swimming. And the boat lost the anchor, and the boat drifted away, and they couldn't catch up to the boat because the current was too strong. He was with the student, the Greenwich student who had gone through this course, was with two other kids, or two other people. Well, they were adults at that point. And the two others started to panic. And the student, or former student, had expressed to Steve Lapham that it was because of the training he received in this course that he was able to calm the two other kids down. And hours later, they were rescued. And he thanked Steve for teaching him those skills in that course. So I think we have to hear from the people who teach that course, the teachers who have been involved in this, the ones who have seen the generations of kids go through and come back and maybe share some of the stories. So at least let's bring the discussion to those who have the boots on the ground for us on this, so we can have that thorough discussion if we decide to go with some of the recommendations that the board members make. Well, let's make sure we have the complete discussion before we do that. Cody.
Do we offer any, or do we require people to take a class for driving before they graduate? No safety driving class. Do we require them to learn the Heimlich maneuver before they graduate?
They do take it in middle and high school.
It's in a class and they get tested on it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. I guess the point I was going to get at is you can mandate any sort of safety class for something. And if thousands and thousands of people go through the school, presumably at some point it will benefit someone. Driving is much more dangerous than swimming for teenagers, at least in terms of fatalities. If the principle is we're going to require classes that could potentially save a life over decades, then we have better places to look. But if that isn't the principle, which I don't think it should be, it seems silly to require something that I remember when I was at the high school, and actually I was very lucky. I only heard people complain about it because I went there in 10th grade. The idea of forcing people on the swim team to take a swimming class seems insane to me. So I think if we want to go the route of, proactively coming up with classes to prevent any harm from ever happening, we can look at other classes. But otherwise, I think we should proceed with the way you guys set it up.
Laura?
I just would wonder if there was also a CPR or, is there a CPR component in the water safety class in the aquatics?
We're delivering babies. You never know if you're going to be somewhere and someone goes into labor.
Good point.
Well, we don't offer a GEMS course, right? We do? Okay.
As a requirement.
Well, I say we can conclude the aquatics discussion saying further discussion is necessary. So let's continue to talk about it. Thank you. Any more questions? Karen, you have a question over the aquatics, or are you ready to move on to another question for the superintendent's report?
I'm ready to move on to something else. But I do have a question, but not on aquatics.
Well, we're done with aquatics. So-
Okay, great.
Okay, your turn. Go ahead.
My question relates to the change in the weighting with respect to the midterms. I just want to understand a little bit more about the process and the thought process that's gone through with that. It's been historically, obviously, we made a policy change during COVID to take care of a certain grading during that time period. That policy's now expired. But I'd like to understand the thinking and the logic that goes behind the changing of the weighting. My overall concern is the suggestion was that kids were stressed out. We're dealing with high flu rates and other illnesses and sicknesses. I feel like we're always going to be combating something. And my worry is that we're getting away from the rigors of what we're putting on and how we are making sure that our children are understanding and being proficient in the material that we're teaching them. And I'd like to understand if this is going to be a change going forward, or if we're ever going to go back to the standard that we previously had. And if we're not going back to the standard, why not? And how does that make sense with the rigors of the academics that we are striving for within Greenwich Public Schools?
So a couple of pieces with that. I think, first of all, what we're seeing in absence rates is not typical. We are still not where we were pre-COVID. When people are out and they're positive with COVID or the flu right now and RSV, they're missing a week of school. So you can have a student who's out for a week, and then they get back to school, they're there for a week, and then their teacher's out for a week. We are having very high absenteeism. And so I do think we're still in a unique spot. I think going forward, what I would be asking the principal and the assistant principal and their team is to do a really good review. And we talked about this. I really want to understand better, how are the colleges adjusting coming out of COVID? Just because we've always done something in a particular way doesn't necessarily mean it's the way we need to stay, but we really don't know what they're doing at the collegiate level. And I think we need to do our homework between now and next year so that we do make really a good informed decision and start looking at the colleges, just so that we understand how they are actually approaching their midterms and finals. And they may all be reverting back, but are they doing more project-oriented work? What does it look like in 2023 compared to what it used to look like? And I think we really need to do some homework.
No, that would be my suggestion, because my overarching concern is that we're doing our students a disservice in the fact that we're not adequately preparing them for the next academic phase in their life, because the way, at least when I was at college and the way I understood it until maybe recently, and I would appreciate the homework on this, is a lot more is weighted on the two tests, the midterm and the final. And I think that becomes a very harsh reality, and particularly for the transition going from being a senior in high school to a freshman in college. That's a big jump for kids, right? You're moving away from home for the first time. You're on your own. You're making choices. They're trying to figure out how to live life and get to class on time. And it is a hard adjustment. And so when you're talking about, not only is it that hard of an adjustment, but there's so much weighted on their academic performance on two tests. Again, the education on that topic will help us. They're going to be under a whole new stress that we haven't prepared them yet for at the high school level, where they're still at home, they still have their parents to lean on to help them get them through the process. So I just want to make sure that we're providing our students with an understanding and putting them in the best position to move forward in their academic adventures. And that's why I think we should look really closely at this policy change on the weighting to make sure we're actually not doing them a disservice. And maybe it's not moving it down to 5. Maybe there's a happy medium someplace else or a different way to structure it. But I do want us to give some critical thought into whether or not we're doing the right thing now but for them in the future.
Kathleen.
Yeah, sorry, I know that I was lucky enough to be at the student government at the time, and this was something that the students did advocate for this year, because I think they liked the change last year. But I hear you, Karen. I think it's a good analysis. We have seen so many changes over the past few years. I remember serving on the policy committee during the height of COVID and coming up with, I think, a really good plan at that time when things were particularly stressful. Thankfully, things have improved. I think last year was definitely the right call on this, as well as this year. And just to be clear, I especially thought it was, and I know that you guys advocated for this, it's the better of, right? So it might be 5%, it might be 10%. And I think that's a nice trigger, because for some, maybe it raises that quarter grade, or sorry, the overall transcript grade. For others, they prove themselves really well during those 4 quarters, and for whatever reason, they had a bad day. And so that gets weighted at 5% and everything else goes up accordingly. There is some merit to that. And I think that that is an interesting thing, but we should continue to analyze it.
Okay, moving on. Dr. Jones, I had called you either yesterday or the day before and said, I'm going to ask for some updates on some things. And I like to deal in good news, but some of these are not good news questions. But I think I do believe in transparency and really find that very important, and rather have facts that people can talk about rather than stuff than the speculation. So if you can give me an update on the Jeremy Boland investigation. I know that we're restricted on what we can and cannot say based on the number of investigations that are going on. I know you contacted our attorney and made sure what you said is what you can say, and I don't want anything more than what you're allowed to say. So please.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, and I know the board knows this, but the community may not. Anytime we have any sort of personnel issue where we're dealing with a teacher, you always have to go into it thinking it could rise to the level of a termination hearing. And this board must be neutral going into that hearing, which means that we can't, when you have an active investigation, you can't go out and say exactly what's happening. So just for the community. But right now we still have, we have the Attorney General's investigation, which is ongoing, asked for more documents. Even as yesterday, we've sent them thousands of pages. CHRO is in the same, they are still in an active investigation, thousands of documents. The town of Greenwich is just starting literally this week. So that will be some sort of data pool. We're not sure. Really, that's not clear yet. And then we also have the Connecticut State Department of Education. So right now, until all 4 of those conclude, we don't know what they're going to find. And will all 4 of those actually agree with one another? So until that is completed, that's about as much as we can say.
So on that topic, as far as, and you explained this to me and it made a lot of sense, there are legal minds that are evaluating our options. And with those evaluations, they're deciding if we speed or hurry to a conclusion or to an action, it could be financially detrimental to our district or to our town. So there's people or groups of people or professionals that are evaluating how we should proceed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Michael?
So does that, just to clarify, does that mean, are we doing our own HR investigation, or are we waiting on those other 4?
We concluded ours, and that has been shared with the other agencies.
Karen?
I don't know if we've had a past circumstance in which we've engaged in our own HR investigation and drawn conclusions and then had subsequent or in parallel independent investigations from government agencies. Is it in the past, have we waited for all of those agencies to conclude prior to in taking that into account based upon your own HR investigation?
In all honesty, I've never seen this before, where you have all of these agencies that are investigating something like this. So I think it's new for all of us. But anytime you go to a termination hearing, Number one, they're very lengthy. They're very time consuming for all of you. And they are very, very expensive. You need attorneys at the table. You need hearing officers. So investing $500,000 to go to a termination hearing to then have, because you don't know what the results are going to be, 3 or 4 organizations come back and say your initial investigation was not correct. And then you're in a whole nother legal issue. So it's consulting with attorneys to make sure that what we're doing, we're trying to protect the interests of the district and make sure that investigations are very thorough. So, but this is a very unusual situation.
It seems very confusing, and I have one final question on this. Of course, others might have more. Do we feel we're adequately advised with town council, and do you feel comfortable being privy to the details more so than we're able to be privy to those details, that we are okay or adequately represented? Or if you think we're not, or if there's any question, let us know if we should consider going out and getting further advice from somebody.
So we do that in coordination with the town, and we have outside counsel working on this.
Thank you. Next, I'm sorry if I say this name incorrectly, Nicholas Skirkanish. Can you please update what you're able or can say or know, because this is not our investigation. This is an outside, he got arrested by an outside entity. So can you update us on that for the sake of transparency?
So the first action was through Homeland Security. And from a district standpoint, when you have any sort of federal agency, and sometimes even a local police department, if it's not Greenwich Police, we don't know either. So we find out about these things pretty much at the same time the community does when it's an agency like Homeland Security. They go through, they do their investigation until the investigative report comes out. You don't really know what's happening. And they also do not, they didn't share either with the Greenwich Police Department. They had no idea that this, arrest was going to be made. So again, it's just like kind of pretty much what I just said. We have to work with our local council, who generally we're also working with outside counsel on the advice of our local council to make sure that we take the right steps at the right time.
Thank you. Sorry to ask these negative questions, but I think transparency is quite important. Another one is the proactive steps that we've taken towards addressing some inappropriate library books that we had. Dr. Jones, I'm very happy with the actions you've taken to allocate some of our resources to looking through our extensive book collections and identify which ones are inappropriate for certain age children and which ones are not. Could you explain or at least talk a little about how you've addressed that and how you've taken this challenge on and some of the successes you've achieved so far?
I think the board is aware. We've had, a couple of books that have been brought to our attention that may be at the wrong age level, just not age appropriate for whatever library they're sitting in. We're not talking about curriculum materials. We'll talk about what's in the library. So we started back in October, just doing kind of a proactive review. In the end, we reviewed 14 different books, and it is our media learning facilitator. They get paid a stipend to be a leader in that media department who did that first review, looked at those books, looked at the ratings from a reputable, rating. Are the books actually age appropriate for middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders? And then made comments about, yes, the book is appropriate by the rating agency. And what are some comments? What are some themes within the book? And then made a recommendation to either keep it on the shelf in middle school, because yes, it was appropriate age, a developmental age, or no, it probably needs to be sent to the high school. And so after that, it came to me. I looked at all 14 of those, and then I did another review independent from that because I wanted to go look at a different rating system. And I even go out to like Amazon and look at how they've rated books, because they're a little bit more liberal. So you're getting different points of view on Amazon, and did a rating there. And after I did that, I was in agreement with most of the yes or no, except for 3 books where the rating systems weren't agreeing. One would have it starting like only for high school, like 15 and over. Another rating system might have said it was okay for 13 or 14-year-olds, but this is a middle school. So it's going to be in the library. It needs to be appropriate for 6th, 7th, and 8th. So at that point, we were down to 3 books. We needed another review. And so our wonderful coordinators, curriculum coordinators got together and they decided who would be the first 3 people to actually read the book. They divided up, read the book. Then we came back together and then they gave their recommendation. And ultimately they agreed after all 3 of those reviews with our learning facilitator. In the end, out of 14 books, we ended up sending, I want to say 6, I think, to the high school. Out of those 6, only one of those books was at all 3 middle schools. The rest were just sitting on the shelf either at one school or it was a digital copy at one school. But it really is about age appropriateness, making sure we have books where they belong for the developmental age of the students.
Thank you. One more comment on that one, then I'll open up to others who might have to ask the question. I think it's safe to say that in your term as the superintendent, none of those books that have been identified and none of you found so far have been brought in by people working for you. It's past books, books that have been brought in years ago for whatever reason. Is that accurate?
To be honest with you, so many, the way that books are ordered, you're talking about media specialists, media assistants. I wouldn't want to answer that. Like, I have no idea who bought the book.
That's fair. Okay. Anybody else? Karen?
So there was a very graphic book and I think I sent a picture of it to some of my colleagues. And I don't even remember the title, but I could quickly find out. What is the status of that book? I could describe what the picture was. Okay. Well, I could, and in fact, it's in one of our libraries that all of our students are watching or can check out. So the question is, where's the status of that book?
So when it gets to looking at what's age appropriate, you can't just look at one picture from a book and say that it's not appropriate. You have to look at the book in its totality. And our media specialists do a great job when we question a book. I've had the high school, actually, media specialists have read 1 or 2 books because I'm like, somebody sent this about this book. Can you tell me, is it okay? They've gone home, actually read the book over the weekend. And in its totality, it was okay to have on the library shelf. You have to realize that just the health curriculum alone and what our students tackle in high school, they do learn about sex, and there are going to be library books that may have some pictures in them. And it is actually the life that they're living and learning about. And if it's in the context of age appropriate narrative, then it's okay. The book you're referencing, we haven't finished. So I don't know. All I have is a picture and I've got to get the book so that we can read the actual text.
Karen? I'm sorry, we finished? Sorry. Karen?
I'm assuming that we're talking about the same book because people had reached out to me as well. I've done a bit of my own research. I know it's an award-winning book. And this is issues and questions have been brought up about this book all over the country for many, many years, not even just recently. And, most people haven't pulled it off the shelf. It's oftentimes labeled with a label that says 18 and up. And if someone who's under the age of 18 wants to take that book out, they need to have parental permission. Is that something we would possibly consider if after your review, you found that to be an issue? I haven't read the whole book as of yet. I'm waiting to get a copy so I can do my own review, but it was interesting having read a little bit about it.
Currently, the book, at least the one that I'm reviewing, that was sent to me from more than one of you, is not an 18 and over. It's the age rating is for high school. So it's really about reading the content and making sure what's in it is appropriate from the high school developmental age, but the various ratings are all matching for high school.
So, and again, I'm not a big fan of banning books, but I also understand that we have students that come in at the young age of, maybe 14 at high school. Then you have students who are 18, 19 graduating high school. It's a vast difference in those ages. So if we're teaching, there's some discussion in health classes, what grades do those start? So I mean, we don't have to answer that now, but that's a question to ask in that regard, because there's a vast difference we were just talking about the swimming class, students coming in at 14 body types, and puberty and all sorts of other things at that age. So it's not that we need to get into that kind of conversation now, but good point. Yeah.
Michael?
So just to be clear,
Oh, sorry.
so to be clear to folks watching at home, I believe we're talking about Fun Home, a family tragic comic. That was the one we got emailed. So just to be clear. I'm not interested in I hear you talking about one book, many a Board of Education has gone down the rabbit hole of spending hours debating book and a book and a book. I don't know if that's the most productive use of our time. I do think moving forward at a time after this evening, it probably does behoove us to consider the purchasing process that we're using and the rating system we're using for books moving forward, because and also how we're vetting books in general. We know that this is a national issue. We could Google you can very easily Google any number of these political groups around the country that have compiled these lists of books and are actively encouraging local communities to say, go find out if you have this book in your library and raise a fuss with your Board of Ed. It doesn't make it makes sense for us to try to be proactive in some of that, particularly if there were books that could be concerning. I'll leave it to of my understanding about this particular book is we're doing review. That's fine. Let's continue the review. But I do think as far as the process goes, I think that's something that as a board, we should consider moving forward.
Thank you. Karen?
Yeah, I agree. I know, Tony, you and I have had some exchanges on the process by which books are selected and how they end up in the libraries. And I think it would be a great benefit to the community to understand that process in greater detail as to how those books, what is the selection process? How are they decided? How do they end up on the shelves? Because I think parents want to know that and want to know how whether the money is going for and what books their kids have access to. And so that they can also help have conversations with their kids about what books are, what they view as appropriate, because parents have a say and parents should have a say about the types of books that they have access to. And when they don't know what books they have access to, that creates a harder problem for a conversation at home in order to articulate what is appropriate and what is not in that one's household.
Thank you. I think Cody wanted to jump in if he was gleaming as if he had something very exciting to say.
Well, no, at first I liked Karen's line of, I'm not in favor of banning books, but I actually am sympathetic to that because I think I was just going to say, this might be a moment, or at some point we should consider the idea of laying out some parameters that can be useful for the book buyers, whoever. It's not going to make sense for us to micromanage individual book choices, but in particular for this one, just to throw out something for us to consider is a book, and that has lots of pictures that are sexually graphic. Like maybe if books write about stuff, but it's fine, or they can use their discretion, but we put I think we have the ability to say, hey, we're not going to have in our libraries things with pictures that are like extremely graphic, because everyone who saw that thought the same thing. I don't think anyone thought, oh, well, if I have the context around what was in the paragraphs, that would make it better. So I think that's something we should consider because it might be pretty easy. And honestly, I don't think it will have any academic impact. Most of the books in libraries, things are symbolic, and they're and the books you choose to have in the library, like the books you choose to have in your house, are kind of a representation of values, and like, hey, here's who we are. And so that might be an easy way for us to systematically just say, look, we're not into the book banning business, but if you want to get books with pornographic image content, buy them yourself. There's a lot on the internet.
Well, I was going to just say the same, our kids have access now to so much more so than we did, but at the same time, if we're talking about, and again, this goes back to, it's not about books, it's about the discussion of the process and the policy. What works well for one person who's reading a book, what they find interesting, is not going to necessarily be the person next to you is going to find a book interesting on that same topic. And so to have the discussion in the process of, I can understand that piece of the discussion, but when you sit there and have a discussion on it, we have books that cover a wide range of things that are part of curriculum. We talk about this all the time. not everything makes somebody comfortable when they're reading it, but when they go to the, for curriculum, but when you're going to the library, you have the choice. And what student A versus student B or C is looking at when they go to the library and the things that they're interested in reading about varies so vastly. So, which is why I'm like, I think it's exceptionally important that we don't base it on what one community or another type of student or interests are when we're looking at books. I think it's exceptionally important. This book is slightly different in other ways. So that's why I had reached out and asked, but that's just, yeah.
Michael, you could wrap us up. Oh, good.
I think if we've accomplished anything, we've probably raised the sale of this book 6,000% in town this evening. That's probably all we've managed to do. So I'd actually like to propose a motion to amend the agenda. If I could, we have a number of community volunteers here from the Old Greenwich Building Committee. And as you see, we have a very lengthy list of discussion items. So I would like to propose amending the agenda, make a motion to move item A up to next on the agenda item before the item A under action items up to before the discussion items for the good of our community volunteers who have been waiting patiently.
I would second that, and I think do we need discussion, or can I call the question? We have a motion, I've seconded. I told her just to chime in when she wants to talk, so I don't know if she's.
Yeah, my only concern, I guess the question is this really the time? We're still in the middle of the monthly reports. I'm not sure it's the time to make this motion. I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone else has a thought on where it falls in, like Robert.
Christina, we're going to put it after the reports, so we'll still have our reports, then we're going to move it to just after the reports. So if that's satisfactory, then we'll call a vote.
No, but I'm saying, I'm not sure it's the appropriate time to be making the motion procedurally. I don't have my Robert's rules handy with me, but because we're reordering our agenda now, which is fine. Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
No, she's just saying, do it when we're done with the reports. We're all going to agree to it.
We
but
should
just as a
finish the
procedure
reports
point,
before we start changing right.
Can you withdraw your motion, and we'll do that?
At the end of 5B, make the same motion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christina, for pointing that out. And we'll now go to Christina for our community reports. She's going to talk about the Greenwich High School vestibule. And I love saying vestibule because in real life, I've never said that word before until this project, vestibule. So thank you.
Vestibule, entryway, tomato. I'm happy to report that the RTM overwhelmingly granted the 500,000 interim request for the entryway project. So the next step is the building committee is working on finalizing the plans to go to the state and the construction drawings. It will come back to us one more time for a final approval to authorize the going out to bid and the construction drawings, which will hopefully be in February, and keep the project on track to commence right after school gets out in June. And that is it.
Thank you, Christina. Remember to use sunscreen when you're out in the sun tomorrow. Anyone else for a committee report? Karen.
I was just going to report that SEAC met last week, and we had a very lovely meeting, and they were discussing a lot of interesting different topics. Michael Joseph and I have reached out to the heads of SEAC to arrange some brown bag meetings with them prior to our next presentation on the update on action items on the audit. What? At the retreat. Yeah. So hopefully we'll be speaking with them soon, and we'll have some additional updates. I know that they're looking to add some more parent education and speaking sessions. One was in the end of January. They're looking to set something up about a mental health workshop. In the spring, they've spoken about a couple of other different speakers and looking into somebody for also next fall. Once we have more information on that, we will share that with you. I know that I think the end of January workshop, I think I could be wrong, is January 24th at 7 p.m. Is that correct? Oh, Okay, well, I have a date here, so I'll come back to you on what that was. I thought that's when it was. Anyway, so that's our update.
Thank you. Anybody else? Laura, we're going to update you in our update. So
Sure.
you don't have to update.
The Greenwich
the
line.
update. Yep. Okay. And Kathleen?
Thanks. Just real fast. Proud to be now the liaison to the Greenwich Alliance. And Julie provided me some quick updates, which is 80,000 in scholarships was just awarded to 37 avid college students, which brings the distribution for this year up to 155. Reaching out grant applications now available on the Alliance website and due Friday, March 24th. The Alliance is looking for proposals for programs that expand opportunities for underserved students, as well as inspire educators. GPS Honors Band Festival will be held on Wednesday, February 8th at 7 p.m. at the PAC. And last but not least, one of my personal favorites, so I'm so excited to be announcing it, is the Trivia Challenge. One year, one of my board colleagues and I went. You guys remember this? Gaetan and I celebrated because we won, just saying. And with a few other people, I have to admit, who might have carried us. But still, that trivia challenge is Friday, March 3rd, will be held virtually and allows teams to include friends and family for all over the country. So mark that date. Maybe we get a little bit of a team together. Okay.
Thank you, Kathleen. I'm finding more and more about that Alliance. I didn't know much about them, and they're a great organization. So thank you for being so involved with that. Anybody else with a committee update? I have a couple. I'll be quick. Virtual net metering. We went out with an RFP. We had successful replies. We are now in the process of evaluating, and that's a very good thing. We've talked about that before, and it's a good thing. And Blaze says that we'll be getting results very, very soon. Next one, JC Building Committee. We've met a number of times. We're putting together an RFP for an architect that's going to phase the improvements on JC. We're going to have an elevator, security entryway, a whole bunch of cool stuff that we're going to be upgrading our building on at JC. Anybody else with a report? Okay, Michael, did you want to make some sort of motion?
I would. If I would like to move that item A under action item be moved to next on the agenda.
I will second that and also call the question. All in favor of moving that would need a 2/3 vote. Please put your hand up. That looks like that passes unanimously. You don't want to vote for that? Okay, passes. Okay, very good. So we'll do that. So why don't we then, that would be then now.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to introduce the chairman of the Old Greenwich Building Committee, James Waters. It is my great pleasure to be the Board of Ed liaison to this exceptionally hardworking group that's been meeting multiple times a week for months now. And they're very excited to bring to the board tonight the suggestion of the architect to hire to keep moving this project forward.
The mic is yours. Thank you. Don't break it.
I'll try not to.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Jones. I'm James Waters, and I'm humbled to serve as the chairman of the Old Greenwich School Building Committee. The Old Greenwich School Building Committee is excited to join you tonight to recommend Silver Petroselli and Associates as our architect. As you know, our committee's been hard at work since October, and I hope you've all had a chance to read our first quarterly report distributed last Friday. In the past 14 weeks, we've met 18 times and have made significant progress in making the Old Greenwich School renovation project actionable. We owe tremendous thanks to our stellar team of volunteers who've committed themselves to making this happen. Many of them are sitting here. If you guys raise your hands, please. Thank you. Yeah. Our committee would like to also thank GPS's purchasing department for swiftly adjudicating our questions and guiding us through the RFP process. It's pretty detailed. They're a tremendous asset to the town, and we certainly appreciate all their hard work. We'd also like to thank the town legal department and town clerk's office for helping us stay on track and by the book. Finally, I'd like to personally thank, Stephen Walco, Tony Turner, Leslie Moriarty, and Mike Mason Mike sitting back there, and many others for their thoughtful input and guidance. This has been a true team effort, and we feel lucky to have so many great public servants dedicated to the OGS project in our town. So this board approved the ed specs for Old Greenwich School in October 2021. As a reminder, key items to address in the upcoming renovation / addition include bringing the school into compliance with the 1990 ADA Act, including the installation of an elevator, creating a single secure entryway for visitor management, managing stormwater to prevent further flooding and raw sewage seeping into classrooms, adding a building-wide sprinkler system to adhere to the current fire code, addressing health issues with a building-wide HVAC system, ensuring new classrooms account for a strong, sustained enrollment at OGS and 21st century learning environment. The OGS Building Committee's rolled up its sleeves to understand the ed specs and then draft, solicit, analyze proposals from architects and owners reps. We've interviewed candidates, compared costs, and have begun the process of interfacing with key stakeholders and members of the community. Just this afternoon, we were proud to give a tour to the first selectman so he could see the need for advancing the project. We'll be prepared to speak to the Board of Estimate and Taxation about the OGS renovation during their upcoming FY 2023-2024 budget deliberations. Our BET representative, Stephen Selps, who's over there, has been keeping the BET apprised of our progress. As we go about hiring our professional team to include an architect, owner's rep, and other consultants, at the forefront is staying on time and on budget. We're confident that we're in a position to move forward on this project in the coming fiscal year if funds are included in the budget, as this board has recommended. We know that this board budgeted $24.5 million for the OGS renovation, in addition to the $1 million approved by the BET last year. In the coming months, we'll be taking a deep dive to refine the estimate and ensure it's consistent with the scope of the project and current construction costs, taking into account inflation and the supply chain issues. So after lengthy and thoughtful deliberation, the OGS Building Committee unanimously, an 8-0 vote, voted to recommend Silver Petroselli and Associates as our architects. We felt their experience with the town, strong team, familiarity with projects like ours, and integrated approach to solving challenges made them a great fit to lead our project. So with that, I'll turn it over to David Stein from SPNA, who will walk us through an introduction to what SPNA will bring to the table to get this done. Thank you.
I think there's a presentation and. Oh, perfect. How did that happen? Magic. So. Good evening, everybody. My name is David Stein. I'm a principal with Silver Petroselli Associates. My partner, Amanda Cleveland, is here also to speak on behalf of the project. But let me first begin to thank the committee and also obviously the Board of Ed. We're familiar. It's nice to have an opportunity to be here live. I know I've spoken to you in the past where I've been up on the screen being a part of your meeting. So it's actually nice to be here and see everybody face to face. Want to just start out in giving everyone an introduction of our team and sort of our approach to this project. So we are an integrated practice. Our firm is in its 32nd year of service, and it's really built around the principles of good, sensible design within the educational community. That is our core. That's really our core guidance, is to sort of work within the communities that we live in, communities where we work in. And this project really aligns with what we like to do, which is bringing architects, engineers, and interior designers all in one uniform group. We're unique in that way of just 50 individuals that are sort of focused in on that. A lot of our peers are just bring in consultants, and we do have consultants that we will talk about. I guess actually on the next slide is a good place to go to that. So what you see there on sort of the face page of the group that we have purposely assembled for this project is everyone sort of above that red line is part of the Silver Petroselli team. We have two offices, one in Hamden, one in New London. A majority of the group will be working out of Hamden, but in, in the virtual world, we, work is done all over. But we bring in the consultants that really are important to the challenges of this project, such as Langen Engineering. And these are also similar team members that are working on the GHS project that Ms. Downey just referenced, that we were also on and in the process of sort of finishing up those revised designs. So just having that continuity, a team player, I think is important to understanding the challenges of this project, along with understanding the goals of the budgets that are set forth. So we have Langen Engineering. They have an office in New Haven. They have an office in White Plains. Michael Horton Associates, structural engineer, a key part of this overall project to sort of evaluate that original building and how we're going to be able to institute mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems in it. They were also on the high school project. Rounding out that, we have an IT consultant with D'Agostino and consultants, and also PM&C, and I'll talk a bit about them. They are third-party cost estimators out of Boston, and they are going to be a key part to doing that sort of independent check of our budget as we continue to go along and move through this project. So if we do need to pivot in a direction, we could do it at the right time. And obviously, those are things that unfortunately caught up on the Greenwich High School projects, and we plan to be back on track with that one. Next slide, please. So as part of our experience, majority of our work is actually in the renovation of existing schools. And the list of dozen projects here, 2 of them are actually projects that we work with Dr. Jones when she was in Fairfield. That actually the Mill Hill project that we recently completed. If you could see some of those, just scale of those projects, they are equal in just those order of magnitude. But also just equal in terms of the complexity of projects that will be constructed while the students are in school. That is a really complex way of what goes first, designing a building based on its construction or designing a building that obviously is for its students. So having that broad experience in renovation projects, we are going to focus obviously on the educational goal, but understanding how can we sequence the work. And we're going to be partnering with the owner's rep that will be brought on shortly and a construction manager that will be brought on shortly. And with that teamwork, we will find the right design to work with the phasing of this project. Next slide, please. So with that, as we begin to craft a project, we are mindful of the process. And the process begins with the educational spec. That's really sort of our guiding or North Star on a project. We have reviewed the educational spec that was approved, and we will, as we get further along, we may make suggestions on making slight edits to that in the intent to maximize your reimbursement from the state of Connecticut. So there are different strategies just in terms of the way that's crafted, the way that it's worded, to make sure that it's broad enough to capture everything that you want, but it's not finite enough that may limit your reimbursement. So just as you saw those 12 projects on the previous slide, those all were state reimbursed projects with various reimbursement rates from each of those communities. And with that, our charge as your architect of record is also to help navigate and maximize the best of our ability, the reimbursement of the project. We looked at sort of 4 goals that we interpreted as part of the project, the educational adequacy of the project, and that really is looking at a 21st century forward learning environment. It's a bit of a challenge to adapt in a building that was built in this era, but I think we have some solutions, and Amanda will talk briefly about ways that we think we can we can make spaces a bit more flexible as opposed to being fixed items. Security, and none of these are in any particular order of importance. They're just the ways that I've sort of just crafted them here in the presentation. But security obviously is a key piece on our mind in the world that we live in, and we want to design strategies that are not only physical, but also passive solutions that can work well as we adapt into your building. Accessibility, barrier-free, universal design. These are solutions that we are mandated actually, we're now in the 2010 ADA code, which came up in 1990. But we need to come up with solutions that are not obvious to being just accessible. They need to be universal. They need to be part for everybody to use, and not a specific item that says this is the accessible entryway. It should be for every entryway. Health and safety, it's a broad statement, but in the world that we live in today, obviously air quality, ventilation, daylight are all critical pieces to creating a healthy environment for the students and your educators. That is going to be a challenge to fit those mechanical systems and those modern systems into the buildings that you have. But those 12 projects that you saw before equally had those same challenges, and most of 169 towns in Connecticut are all dealing with that same approach of renovating projects. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda and then come back with a few more slides.
Perfect. Thank you. So again, my name is Amanda Cleveland. I'm principal of the Interiors Department at Silver Petroselli. As James had mentioned, part of my job is talking to all of the key stakeholders on the project. So that ranges from the students who use the space, the educators who teach in it, the paraprofessionals that come in, the PTO, the Board of Ed, the parents, you name it, whoever has any involvement in these classrooms, I want to know your opinion. As you can imagine, a student using a classroom has a very different experience than the teachers who's giving it. And that's why I like to hear all the different aspects of how those classrooms are used. I like to know how they work well. And more importantly, I like to know how they don't work. Because what our job is to take that ed spec that we've been given and actually challenge you, because it's a year old and things have changed in a year. We've seen that we've had to adapt classrooms for COVID. Everything was get them in, get them tight. We're trying to get as many people in there as possible. And now what we're seeing is space them out, give them room. How can we teach remotely as well as teach in person? So these are all the different aspects that I'm going to help guide through the process so that we make sure as we go through and we do that design, that we're giving you the optimized space, that we've looked at every angle, every cabinet that goes in is designed for what needs to be stored there. Every piece of technology that's being used is the most up-to-date and user-friendly. But it's also about blending in all of your specialties. So making sure special education, STEM and STEAM programs, you name it, has all been thought out. And I like to say that I create this geeky little spreadsheet that only I really enjoy. But what that is it's that roadmap that David talks about that truly then ends with not only picking the appropriate finishes, because we're talking about allergens and green and off-gassing, but sustainability, all the way down to I will be there unpacking the boxes of the furniture as it's coming into the building, making sure that everything goes into place. So the more information and the more people that can get involved in this process really makes my job a lot easier. So I'm going to pass it back to Dave.
Thank you. Just wanted to show you a case study when we first were interested in this project and did the walkthrough and learned more about some of the water course issues and the drainage issues around the property. We immediately went to a project that we just finished in the northwest part of the state in Winstead. It was Mary Hinsdale School. We just completed it. You probably saw it on its list, about a $18 million project. That school actually had a water course that was running under it. If you could believe it, someone thought it was a great idea to run at one time to build a water course there. It also had accessibility issues, and the entry was sort of nondescript, and we knew we needed to sort of solve two problems with one solution. What this is really illustrating is what we did is we reworked the entryway and we also rerouted the water course. So by engineering and creative design, can we solve two solutions in one? And that is kind of the approach that we bring along to all of these renovation projects, because with budgets, even at $24.5 million, we are still challenged to make that all work. So if we can do the 2-for-1 solution, we will look at that. And this was one case study we presented to the building committee because we just draw a direct parallel with that. Next slide, please. We talk about sustainability, and renovation is probably the best way to practice sustainability. The majority of this building is going to stay the way that it was originally built. Okay, these are not being demolished and going into dumpsters. There's a lot of value in that, and that's why we like to practice that. New buildings are wonderful and they have their purpose, but the renovation of an existing building is sustainable just in its own merits. A high performance building is what we're going to be obligated to provide. The state statute requires that a building of this order of magnitude, we are going to need to meet the U.S. Green Building Council's LEED Silver equivalent certification, which is the Connecticut High Performance Building. We're going to do that through a variety of solutions that we can fit within the building that is there, but we're also going to challenge ourselves and challenge the budget to see if there are certain alternatives that we can lean forward, obviously aligning with your plan of conservation and development, and find the right solution that could fit within that building. Some of the tools that we use to make sure that works, as you can see, just this graphic at the bottom right of the screen, is all of this work is captured in a three-dimensional model. We actually take your two-dimensional drawings and we build a building three-dimensionally on the computer. That allows us to determine conflict resolution and whether or not beams are going to intersect with new piping and so forth. So we're going to try to proof that out before we get out to construction, when contractors then already have solutions in hand. So this is going to be a key part. Actually, this is where the majority of the money of the budget is going to go. Unfortunately, our engineers in-house, their best work is never seen, but it's the most important piece of really the project, is that health and safety component of it. And we're going to work hard to make sure we find the solutions that have a long payback for the investment that you're going to be putting into it. And lastly, if you could go to the next slide, please. I want to talk about schedule. So with that, schedule drives budget, budget drives schedule for that. So our team, along with the owner's representative and the construction manager equally, are going to sort of pull at each other to keep ourselves on time and on budget. What is crafted here, we have reviewed the building committee's goal of moving the design through, starting in February and really continuing through September to get those initial concepts developed, presented, vetted, challenged, and so forth. Once the construction manager is on board, they're also going to be doing the same. They're going to be reviewing the progress of our drawing. They're going to be making suggestions on material, supply chain issues. These are different challenges than we've ever dealt with in the past. And that really guides the process that we go along with it. The pre-construction phase is just that. It's looking at items that we could get onboarded before we really start construction. And then it's moving through your approval process in terms of the BET, back to the Board of Ed in terms of formal approvals, and on to the RTM for final funding and so forth. So we'll be there to help shepherd that project along and provide that technical support and speak on behalf of the design and the merits of the project. And then once we go into bidding and awards and construction, our team, we do have dedicated construction administrator. We also have a licensed building official. Will be on board to help manage the project, make sure that the contractors and their team is building the project in accordance with the mission. And at the end of the day, certify that this project meets and exceeds the expectations that were set forth as we start off today. So with that, again, thank you for trusting us with this important project. We're excited to get started, and we know it's a long journey, but we'll be there one step at a time. So thank you. Yeah, happy to stay.
Thank you. Yes, please stay. We're going to follow through with some questions.
Right.
Does anybody have a question? Well, I guess I'll start off. Nobody else has one. Well, obviously.
I have a comment. I have a comment.
Go right ahead.
Oh, okay, just making sure. I just want to say, I wasn't aware that Silver Petrocelli had been selected by Old Greenwich up until you guys just announced it. So it's not like, I just want to be clear, this process was very independent on behalf of the Old Greenwich Building Committee. That being said, they've been a pleasure to deal with for the high school entryway. They've been responsive, they've been thoughtful, they've been open to our suggestions, crazy and not crazy. And David and his team have really just been a pleasure to work with, and we look forward to working with them and completing the vestibule. And I'm happy to say we've been very happy customers thus far with them. So I just wanted to give that plug, and really did not know until tonight that they had been selected. So thank you.
Thank you. The only, I guess the question, or one question I have is, what did you think about we voted and looked at the feasibility studies, some opportunities to sketch out what our thoughts might be during the feasibility process. Do you have any comments about your observations of our feasibility?
We did, and we didn't want to be too presumptuous, but we're architects and we brought our own thoughts, at least initial thoughts, more just to sort of demonstrate to the building committee how we think than anything. And, we were doing that in a vacuum. So we didn't have the opportunity of learning more about the project and meeting the individuals that we'll be working with. But yeah, we did look at that. We came up with some solutions that we thought we could possibly reduce some of the square footage if we just looked at sort of rearranging the corridors. Circulation is a big part of the school. Circulation is basically the hallways. Those are just square footage that gets you from point A to point B. And if we could do that in a shorter manner, we could save costs, because building buildings is just cost per square foot. So we looked at a solution that we thought could possibly do that. We also looked at sort of a two to one scenario that similar to what I showed you on the Mary Hinsdale project, in which wanted to contemplate, can we move the original entryway back to that front entryway, resolve the ADA issue by creating a grade scenario, but under that, can we also now put storm drainage systems in that? So that still needs a proof of concept to see whether we can make that work, and we do want to explore that. But again, we start a project like this with an open mind. We will challenge that other solution, but understand that there's other ones that are there and work towards that. It's really a one step at a time process. But yes, we did look at that. We saw the merits that were there, and I think we could keep a lot of that. We would like to look at some other alternatives that we think may be able to help save cost. And we're going to need to do that across the board, because prices just aren't going down. So we're going to have to do whatever we can to get in that right direction.
So that it's good that we've given you a bit of a nudge in a direction that we certainly were okay with back when we voted way back when. And I guess there's luckily we have two advocates for you guys. Obviously, our board liaison, Michael, who is an advocate, and what a surprise, we have Christina as well. So that's a plus. Minuses are, this is the first we're seeing of any information. So I'm not sure that our members are able to gather enough to make a decision. So I'm going to leave that to them. If they obviously will call the vote at one point, but I'm going to leave the floor open to anybody else who might want to gather more information to see if they can get enough tonight to make that vote. Karen?
Well, I was going to second what Joe said. I mean, I've seen the work and the presentations you guys have done here with other projects, but this is the first time we've seen this. So I know I had asked earlier if we were going to have an opportunity to see any of the information, but I want to make sure that this is being posted because it's not up on the website. I don't have any questions, simply because I was watching. I haven't had a chance to really think it through, but I know I had spoken to members of the building committee without knowing who they selected, and had heard that, I believe was it a unanimous decision? Yes, by the building committee, and that they all had very positive things to say without sharing information with me as to who had been selected. But I did reach out to other members to ask, so I thought I'd at least share that.
Anybody else? Karen?
Sorry, you can't see me from.
I know we got changed just a little bit. Sorry.
So first of all, I'm really pleasantly surprised to hear the words coming out of your mouth about working within the budget and coming up with solutions, because I think to be honest, it's really important. We're on the verge of, with Old Greenwich, and then we have CMS as well, which is an enormous burden on our capital here in town. And it is nice finally to hear someone say, we're going to work with you to try to keep this as close to budget as possible. We're coming up with solutions. We have new ideas and ways in which that we can perhaps shrink the square footage that doesn't impact the educational opportunities which we're providing. This is all music to our ears. And I'd also like to, or at least to mine, and I'd also like to comment that the track record that you have given with the high school entryway, and the fact that we as a board came back and said, the expense of this was going to be something of an additional $2.5 million. And we said, yeah, we're not doing that. And you came back with an alternative that works, provides the solution that we're looking for at just a little bit more of a cost, but certainly not the full weight of what was originally being presented to us, is also, gives us, I think, and gives me the comfort to say, we're looking for a partnership. And I think that's what a lot of projects often miss at times, is that partnership. We're not, we're not an endless bank that's just rolling out the dough. We're just not. And I am grateful to hear the words of, we're working with you and the budget and trying to stick to it, because we haven't heard that in a while. And that gives me a lot of confidence in the project. So I appreciate that. I was on the feasibility study for the Old Greenwich School. We worked really hard to try to push that down and getting the right number for that school in what needed to happen. It's a great school. It's in a great community. It has a lot of unique characteristics that I want to keep and basically accentuate, and rather than get rid of, because that school has a lot of history, particularly Attic. If you've been up there, I'm kind of worried if there's bodies. Anyway, but I do appreciate that. And I thought the presentation was great. Thank you.
Kathleen?
Real fast, just to wrap this up. Building committee conducted due diligence, references, all that jazz. Great.
Great question. Anybody else? Well, one big thing that's helping me decide on this was Barbara O'Neill. You've convinced her to support this project, so holy smokes. Gotta love that.
And Joe, if I can make a comment.
Of course.
I think, if the building committee has done their due diligence, while I think none of us love that we just didn't get any documents in advance in the presentation now, it is the role of the building committee to do the due diligence and make the decision. And the fact that they were unanimous and they're making a recommendation, in addition to the fact that I think we have familiarity with Silver Petrocelli, I'm good with voting in favor tonight. I see no need to further delay the project. So that's my point of view. Others can disagree.
Thank you. And Michael, I guess maybe you can conclude and then we can take a vote.
Yes. So based on, I appreciate all the comments, and I think a lot of the comments that fellow board members have mentioned are why we all of us on the building committee felt so strongly about Silver Petrocelli. They know Greenwich. They're thinking creatively. They have an in-house team, and they very much impressed all of us. And their references all checked out. And I'm sorry, Christina, you weren't. We kept you in the dark. We were advised to keep everyone in the dark, but I assure you that the Chairman Waters had many conversations with Chairman Walco about references.
No, I like that. No, because then it shows that it was an independent decision. So it's good that we were kept in the dark.
Exactly. So I'd like to make a motion to accept Silver Petrocelli as the architect of the Old Greenwich project.
I'm happy
I
to
second.
Who seconded it? Oh, Karen. Okay, Karen second, of course. Yeah, I'm sorry. So we have a motion seconded on over there. Hello, on the floor.
At the kids' table over there.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank
Welcome
you.
aboard. Thank you. Okay, moving on, let's go to the Central Middle School update. Dr. Jones.
I think we've really talked about this. Just a reminder, we have a question and answer document the board has that will go out tomorrow. I think it'll be very, very helpful for the larger community. We also have a brand new fact sheet that the board got today that will go out tomorrow as well. And we do have a third document we're working on. More specifically, it's a little bit more detail even for the BET. So I'll just leave it at that. But it will, once it goes out, it will be online, be on the project page, be available to everybody who wants to learn about the project.
Anyone on Central Middle School? It's a negative. Let's move on. Western Middle School, please.
Again, on this one, I think I've already addressed it in my superintendent's comment. So we don't need to belabor it anymore. If we could move on to the next item, if you're happy.
So I understand Parks and Rec has already assigned the fields for fall. So we could be ready that soon. Is that correct? Just kidding. Okay, moving on. Now we have new courses, GHS to be approved for the COSG first read. Dr. Carabello?
I don't need the podium. Thank you so much. I just have Jason Polis, and he's here tonight to present the Guitar 2 new course, which is very exciting. And then after Jason, we will have Andrew Byrne present the linear algebra course.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jason Polis. I teach at GHS. Thank you all for your time tonight as I present an exciting potential new course offering at GHS. At GHS, we currently offer a 1-semester 3-block beginning guitar course. After having taught at GHS for 5 years, it's clear to me that our guitar program is growing and there's a need to offer a second level of guitar. This new class called Guitar 2 will serve students at GHS in a number of ways. In the past few years, we have increased our class offerings of beginning guitar from 3 times per year to 5 times per year due to demand. Many students and parents are now asking if there is a way for students to continue their study of guitar. As guitar classes are 3-block classes, they complement the heavier 6-block offerings of orchestra, band, and choir, meeting the needs of a segment of our population that love music, but sometimes can't commit to a performance ensemble like band, choir, or orchestra, or simply don't have the room in their schedules for a 6-block music class. Another need that this class addresses is that we often have guitarists enter GHS that already have substantial guitar experience, and there currently is no class that meets their needs for pursuing guitar past a basic level. I have taught the beginning guitar course for several years now. Based on my observations, most students who have taken Guitar 1 would be interested in taking Guitar 2. Much of my teaching role at GHS involves teaching electronic music classes. This expanded guitar curriculum will help to feed skilled guitarists into our electronic music program and jazz ensembles. We have 2 jazz ensembles. We have enhanced our electronic music curriculum in the past few years to include learning guitar, piano, bass, and drums. In our songwriting and recording classes, students now play in rock band type ensembles as part of their assured experience. Students who have taken Guitar 1 and 2 will not only be a major boost to the electronic music program, but will now have a way to collaborate and play in small ensembles with other students using their guitars and their guitar skills. In addition, after taking Guitar 2, GHS will have many guitarists that will be capable of joining one of our 2 jazz ensembles. Lastly, expanding our offerings, and especially 3-block offerings in music, will allow us to engage musically with a more diverse population of the school, and as a result will strengthen the connection of the music department and the entire school. That's it.
Okay, questions? Karen?
So are we intending to offer this for the for the next year.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
the 2023, 2024. year.
Right, yep,
Okay.
that's the plan.
And how many students do we think are interested in this program?
It's hard to say. I've taken informal polls in the class and had the students give me sort of like exit polls and stuff as they finish the class. And I think there could be as many as 40 students that want to take it next year. And so we're planning on offering it first and second semester, and then based on enrollment, figuring out if we're going to have it both semesters. Action.
And how will this impact, or can it be used for any portion of their graduation requirements?
That's a great question. I can't answer. It's complicated. I know they need fine arts. It can serve in a few different ways.
Okay, so it,
Yep. It's a fine art credit, but it's more than that as well. And so I can get back to you on exactly all the possible ways that it can help them. But part of what's great about offering something like this is that it can help to fulfill needs for the kids in a music area where they may not be in band or choir, something like that. And it's a way for them to get involved in music. We have a few other classes that are 3-block classes, intro to music theory, and then intro electronic music. But that's basically it for music. So this would help.
I'm all for expanding our music program. I mean, under Ms. Newell and what she's done with it and building it up. And I think it's only shown that we have an amazing and a talented group of students that are looking for ways in which that they can expand on their music credentials. And I think if there's a need for this class, and particularly with the number of students, there's no reason we shouldn't be offering it. And I think we should just make sure that we can find ways in which that it could, go toward their graduation requirements. I know that there's a lot of rigors there, and I wouldn't want these particular students, because they want to take these classes because this is what interests them, in any way hurts their ability or jams up their schedules so that they can get the right credits to graduate.
Yeah.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Karen. No, please. No, girls first. No, your question's probably a lot better than mine anyway.
I don't know if my question's any better, but I was going to say, I love the idea of this. I think it's an incredible opportunity to offer, more arts programs, as Karen was saying. And so if there's, I had 2 questions, if there's an interest in guitar too, do you think this might have any opportunities to lead to other upper level technique courses? Either in, guitar or other
In my
strings?
mind, I dream like, so I teach electronic music, and in there we have a new initiatives as the last couple of years where we have the kids playing in bands. It's really incredible. So in addition to songwriting, they're learning how to play together, and they learn bass, drums, and keyboard. And but anyways, I can imagine that these two, once they finish guitar 2, they can go into the songwriting, and that will give them a place to further develop, because they will be playing in ensembles. And for a school to have kind of a School of Rock thing, it's pretty rare. It's really cool to see these kids. And my favorite part about this whole boosting up the guitar program at GHS and the electronic and music program, in terms of getting kids to really play as a group there, we're attracting a whole population from the school that isn't always, they're not always your band kids, they're not your orchestra kids necessarily. And they're starting to really come out of the woodwork, and they love the collaborative nature of getting to play rock music and write music together,
Well, I'm glad my thought process was so transparent that you went right to School of Rock.
Okay.
But so my other question is, I know you mentioned that there was going to be no cost for educators, and that you were going to be creating, there was a discussion at looking at a method book. So I just I was wondering if you or other educators are going to be creating the method book for the course, or are we going to look for any just additional materials, or have access to some online resources?
So I've created a book, the Guitar 1 course, and I can share that with you guys. And then I've created this, I will be creating the second as well. So I've been teaching guitar for a few decades. So I'm looking forward to, designing that, and I can share that with you guys. And basically I wrote a book for the first course, and there's also YouTube practice videos So if a kid even ever misses a class, they literally have a whole video of me just playing the stuff with them, and they can, so that would be the idea for the second level too.
Well, now that I know there's YouTube videos, I can
Oh.
be very happy to teach myself to play
Yeah.
guitar. I definitely would need an educator to help me with that, but thank you for answering my questions.
Now, level one's. Dan, 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 dan,
That's in there, that's in there.
Right. Where are we
Yeah.
at level two? Give me some sort of. something to relate to that.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, they're gonna, they move on to Green Day and they learn Led Zeppelin and, they'll end up doing some funk stuff, James Brown. They'll do some, get into a little bit of jazz too. So, well, honestly, Guitar 1, it's amazing what they end up walking away with. And if we can have Guitar 2, I think the kids will be just delighted that I think they were honestly shocked that we could really play at the end of the first semester.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Thank you very much. Any more questions? Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
So we have K8 STEM report.
Honors linear algebra.
Oh, okay. Honors linear algebra. Where's that? Okay. Honors linear algebra. I don't have it.
It's part of the course of study guide, same section.
Oh, same thing. Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay, Mr. Kelly. Good evening, Chairman Kelly, Board of Education, Dr. Jones. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today about our proposed course, Honors Linear Algebra. As you've heard me through the last couple of years, we're really excited by the work that's happening at our elementary and middle schools as far as math and math advancement. And we're seeing more and more students who are running through our program at a very quick pace. It's a really good problem to have. So I'm excited to bring forward to you today Honors Linear Algebra, which is really kind of the next step in a child's mathematics progression. It really is the foundation for all STEM fields. As you can see in the proposal here tonight, the applications of linear algebra are varied and many. Everything from economics to neuroscience to theories of relativity. So we think this will be a wonderful opportunity to encourage our students to continue to grow. And we're really excited to be able to bring this forward to you tonight.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, we got lots of questions.
Well, mine's not well, I may have a question, but I just wanted to start by saying a huge thank you. I mean, for many, many, many things, but for this in particular, because this is something that I know that parents have been asking for, the board has been asking for so long, that we have so many students at the earlier levels now doing triple jumps that they're running out of math courses. So I am just thrilled that you brought this forward, but I'll let Kathleen ask her questions because I know she has a student that might be might be in that course if we ever approve it.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Yeah, which is, so you would think I'd be all for it, but I'm going to ask some questions about, because it's a limited group of children, right? Let's sort of reset everyone just so people understand. I mean, my high school's topped out at BC calculus. We're talking about the fact that children can take advanced calculus here already. So in order for you to be on track for this course, you'd have to be a sophomore taking BC calculus. I am lucky enough to be in that, I do have a child in that, but that means that, I think there's 6 kids perhaps throughout his class doing that. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah, we currently have 7 students who are juniors in our advanced calculus class. So we would definitely need to recruit a few more students to be able to run the course, but to have it on the books and really have it as an opportunity or understood pathway, I think would be really helpful to a lot of our community that have inquired about that over the years.
Yeah, and so I do appreciate that. What I guess I need to understand, because we always have to look at things, is if we can run a course, right? If it's appropriate, I appreciate that it costs money. We talk about the books, but obviously we also have to find a teacher to teach it, which it's already challenging to find teachers to teach advanced calculus, right? These are hard classes to teach. But the independent study does seem to be working well for some, right? I want to understand that a little bit because I know that it's MIT, right? It's free.
Well,
right?
yeah, yes, 100%. We will continue to offer those independent study pathways. Not everyone is interested in linear algebra. Just in our research, I think the vast majority of students who are on this pathway will take linear algebra, and that's why we chose to go in this direction as opposed to other directions. But, until it makes really fiscal sense for Greenwich High School and certainly the board, we would work very closely with Dr. Jones and Mr. Mayo, Ms. Talata to ensure that, it makes a lot of sense to have a full class dedicated versus taking a look at the independent study pathway. So you bring up excellent points, but we're not, there's certainly no plans to just run it with 2 or 3 kids. And the independent study pathway has been working well for us, but I think it will be important as we see more and more students come through that we have it on the books, that we get teachers trained and get ourselves ready for when that big influx will come, because it is coming.
Yeah, I was wondering that. I mean, we are starting to matriculate more and more children into this path. I mean, it's incredible. I actually wanted to say do we have any comps? Are there other high schools that are doing this? I mean, I feel like, wow, already.
Yeah, so I did a survey throughout Fairfield County. There isn't another school that has it on the books. Many of the schools will do an independent study like we've done. A broader search, there's some schools in the city like Bronx School of Science and Stuyvesant that do have it on the books. So just to kind of put that in perspective, and some schools like the Massachusetts Math Academy, Math and Science Academy also has it on the books. So they're few and far between. But I love the idea of us getting ahead of it and actually having it there as a known pathway for our students and for our families.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
incredible. The fact that we even can contemplate this is impressive, but, so thank you, but I know, I realize it requires a lot of diligence and thought.
Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not unsupportive. I'm supportive of the thing, but I do want to caution us because this is not a no-brainer in much of the country. If you look, you read, there's a lot of debate going on in other parts of the country that we shouldn't be doing this kind of math acceleration. There's no question that, and that triple jumps and things like that, we should, are not healthy for kids' social emotional growth. So you certainly cannot point to I'm not arguing either way. I'm just saying it is a very rich debate. If you look and see, particularly out in California, which has its own problems, but there's a lot of state policy right now to push back on this. So I'm not suggesting we do this, but I am suggesting that part of the reason for that is the significant social emotional pressure. We point to you raised Stuyvesant and Bronx Science. Neither one of these are synonymous with student mental health. They both those schools have significant crises in the pressures and stresses. So I just want to caution us that as we continue to consider these kind of advanced enrichment options for students, just because it's available for students doesn't mean that it's healthy. As soon as we create these paths, that means we're creating pressure for students to take them. We know the competition is real. And is that race to, at some point, we do have to consider if that race to these kind of super advanced sophomore college before you graduate high school is necessarily worth it. So I'm not saying we're voting no, but I think we need to be mindful of all aspects of this debate.
I have something too, Joe.
I'm just going to go to Cody real quick because I was
Okay.
kind of curious.
And then to me,
As a math genius, I was curious to see what you had to say.
I do love linear algebra. Those are my favorite. No, I'm serious.
I was hoping you said that,
I
Cody.
was a math major.
I
and
know you
took
were.
a year of it. And I love it. I was actually curious about something else. Why is calculus a requirement to take the class? Because I looked at the list of stuff, and you can do linear algebra with no calculus knowledge. And it's actually, what I was thinking about is and this was eye-opening for me when I took it, is it's a really different form of math that if you don't like calculus, which I'm sure there are some mathematically inclined students who don't love calc that could take it as an alternative, and it kind of opens up the world of math. I was curious why it would be restricted to only calculus students.
It's a really good question, and one that I didn't settle on, or our team didn't settle on lightly, Cody. As far as the reason at the end of the day. I think in our work in canvassing colleges and specifically engineering schools, one of the things that we hear regularly is the importance of having that ad calc or multivariable calculus before you go into some of the high level physics and engineering classes. So we didn't want to send the wrong message there. Partially. The second thing is that our advanced calculus classes do enjoy some pretty good enrollment, and we want to be able to sustain that over time. And so, at least initially, the way our team was thinking about it, and it may evolve over time, is that we really want to try to target those students who have gotten through ad calc and had that experience, and really are committed to going to the math, exploring math at that level moving forward. So it wasn't done in isolation. Like I said, we looked at a lot of what the colleges are reporting back to us as far as what they're looking for. And, I think because it is new and we're kind of embarking on this with very few models, we decided to go in that direction, but we would certainly be open to other suggestions moving forward.
Just one thing I would maybe consider, and I'm reflecting on my own experience. I did AP Stat as an elective when I was doing BC Calc at the high school with Mr. Skakanich. And 2 years ago when I was a senior. And you maybe consider making it an option for people to do as an elective, so if you haven't completed calculus, but you're enrolled in it, because then it would solve the issue Kathleen was talking about of being only available for sophomores who are taking calculus. It would then give you presumably another year or two of students available. And
no, it's a great point. We continue to kind of try to find that balance. One of the things that's happened probably since you've graduated is all the AP computer science classes have been added. So we have a good number of students, as you've seen in previous reports, who are taking both AP computer science principles and AP computer science A. And so a lot of our students who are on this pathway that don't pursue a course in independent study will take advantage of AP Stat and the two other computer science classes, because that will give them college credit. I think one of the criticisms here, both of ad calc and honors linear algebra, as we have them, is that they don't often lead to much, if any, recognition when you get to that to university or college level. Some kids will have to, depend upon where they go, retake these courses. So the value of having the AP credit sometimes outweighs exploring the independent study. So we try to work with every individual child to be able to give them what they need in order so that they can continue to pursue their passion and pathway.
Just to the last comment, I totally missed an opportunity to make a math joke. I should have said that calculus and linear algebra are totally orthogonal to each other. Someone got that.
Sweet.
But I would say just to my peers that linear algebra is a really, really amazing class. So just from the content standpoint, I would totally recommend this.
Okay,
I'd be
Christina,
such a good
sorry.
union member.
Okay, Cody, if it makes you feel better, I kind of groaned when you made the joke. Anyway, so it was just, it's funny because like in the course of this discussion, I think my concerns are kind of similar to Kathleen's in terms of, who you'd have. I like the idea, but who's qualified, having staff qualified to teach it, because I know there's only two teachers at the high school who really teach BC Calc and multivariable calc. And they won't be with us forever. So I think that's an important element of this. And then thinking about it when we're talking about kind of what Cody was just talking about, like the threshold of, running a class with 6 kids. I know Dr. Jones looks through the budget and we've talked about not running other classes when we don't have enough enrollment. And now we're talking about, well, we would run this class. So I think the enrollment issue is an important one of saying, if we have fewer than X number of kids, it's kind of hard to justify how to run the class. So I'm going to leave that to you and to Dr. Jones to talk about. But along those lines, and perhaps a way to solve that problem, is to talk about that eligibility isn't limited to the kids who've completed multivariable, but maybe if you have a senior who's taking multivariable, who's a math person, who simultaneously wants to take linear algebra. If you're that intense a math student, and I had 2 of them grow up in my household besides myself. No, I'm just kidding. 2 of my children, taking this in addition to multivariable for a kid who wants to go to engineering school could be a great avenue. And then you've increased your pool of the students who are available to take the class, which then helps justifying running it. And just to, I understand your point about not having AP credit for multivariable or something like this for when they go to college, but those AP classes don't exist, right? Like if the classes don't exist, they're not given college credit. But again, in my children's experience, having taken the multivariable, it was massively easier when they got to college and they were taking those classes in college because it was a repeat of what they'd done in Greenwich High School. So I think it's a huge value, the multivariable calculus class, and this could be too for linear algebra. But I am concerned about the enrollment element because I do think if we're saying we're not running certain classes with a small number, I don't think we can, say, oh, well, this is a special class. I think we have to think about that for the enrollment issue. So that was on that point. I also, somebody mentioned earlier, Dr. Jones, and something about AP pre-calculus. I know that's not as part of this course of study guide. And Andrew, since that's math at the high school, I don't know if that's a new class that we're already offering, or because we already offer pre-calc, it's just the AP version. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. As you may have seen in our report for the STEM that's coming up shortly, we learned last spring that the College Board has decided to offer advanced placement pre-calculus. It did come as a surprise to me and my team. And when College Board released the information, we took a lot of time in the spring and early part of the summer to analyze what's actually in that syllabus. And the really great news is that Greenwich High School's honors pre-calculus class, as it's been for a number of years, is on par, if not better, than the advanced placement pre-calculus curriculum that's being put forth by College Board. So for us as a school, it's a very easy transition to add AP pre-calculus, and it's just a few minor tweaks that will need to happen. And my team has been working on that really for the last 6 months. So I think we're well positioned to make that switch immediately. Not too many of our neighboring districts are in such a position because of the quality of their honors pre-calculus curriculum. So we're excited by this, and it's another opportunity to get students to earn some of that AP credit. There are some naysayers out there that will say that, what college, if any, will recognize an AP pre-calculus credit. I don't know which ones will or which ones won't right now, but nonetheless, I think it's exciting for us to see that our curriculum is at that standard, if not exceeds it, and that we'll have this opportunity to at least afford our students that opportunity to sit for that exam if they so choose.
Great, thank you.
Laura didn't go. I've let Laura go, then Karen will go to you if that's okay. Go ahead, Laura.
Not to diverge, but because I have an honors pre-calc student, could he take the AP exam for AP pre-calc if he wanted to, if that was an option?
100%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Ionella, but any student can sit for any AP exam. Our recommendation is that you sit through our class, but nonetheless, yes, your child should be well prepared. If in a year from May, they'd like to take it, I think that would be just fine.
A proud mommy moment. Very nice. Okay, Karen.
Well, I was gonna say, they don't offer it yet, and either way, it would be too late. You'd had to, sign up for AP testing already. But that's neither here nor there.
Right.
So I actually had two questions. Well, one of which you sort of addressed a little bit, as to the requirement to having to take ad calc first, because I had done some research also looking at what a lot of the colleges, when they are offering the higher level courses, most of them, what I had looked at, said that, you can take classes in any order once you've taken like past, Calc 2 or past like the AP Calculus BC exam. So the question would be also, again, I know you don't want to take from ad calc, but I know that a couple of people had brought up the same thing. I love the option of offering it either or, if people want to do linear algebra or ad calc, because I guess I think it offers a different option for math students who are interested. Some of them also want to take AP stats along with one of these, just, for fun. But the other question I was going to ask you is, from going through the Big Ideas math textbook, I don't think they offered higher level math textbooks. Is that correct? Right? We don't have those for calc. I mean, I don't think they
Not to
offer it.
date, but my understanding is, and maybe Mr. Reed has a different understanding, but there are plans to move up the line a little bit longer, a little bit further. I know Larson, who's the primary author of the text, has his own AP Calc textbook, for example. So, but that was before he joined the Big Ideas group. So he may be writing one right now, for all I know.
No, I remember asking when we were reviewing them for the algebra and geometry courses, and they had said that they were looking to develop something further along. And the only reason I was asking is because, as it's mentioned, we only have I think 2 teachers who teach the higher level, like BC Calc and linear, Ad Calc. It makes it really difficult for a student who needs added support to find a tutor to help because they can't hire their teacher. And if they get usually oftentimes extra support, pre and post school, but it's at nighttime if you're really having a difficulty. Reteaching is difficult. So that's the only reason I was asking. The question is, if we approve this, the question would be, would we be able to possibly find, I don't know if you've done any research on what textbooks are out there for this, but if any of them might have that online component for reteaching in case a student, it's just a question if you've looked.
Yeah, no, what I'd like to respond to first is I think one of the things, although we have 2 outstanding teachers that teach BC Calculus and Ad Calc, historically, we are building capacity in the department. And that's something that we've taken very seriously over the last number of years is through the hiring process, is to find folks that will be comfortable to follow in those wonderful footsteps if the day is to come. And similarly, we're doing that with computer science, as you've heard me speak in years past. So I don't want anyone to think that there's just only 2 people out of our 30-something staff that are capable of teaching these courses. That's not the case at all. As far as textbooks, with a specialized course like this in linear algebra, there's really only 2 textbooks out there. One is written by Dr. Strang here and through MIT. I know I had probably the first edition 30 years ago when I took linear algebra. But as far as a course like this, it's just a really specialized course, and there aren't many textbooks companies that are out there publishing linear algebra textbooks and making money on it. So I think our choices will be limited if we are fortunate enough to have enough students who actually enroll as far as choosing which textbook we would use.
Well, it was not to say that we don't have a lot of incredible educators at the school at all. I just know when the higher level math courses, we only have 2 teachers teaching them currently. Doesn't mean others can't. So I didn't want any teachers who were hearing this from me to think that I was suggesting that. I was just asking. I know, from having a student in the higher level math courses in years past. That's the only I was asking.
Thank you, Karen. Any more questions? Fantastic. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. See ya. Mark, I think you're up. K-8 STEM report. Hope it's not too cold for you, is it?
Not too cold. Good
Thank you.
evening. I'd like to welcome us all into hour 4 of tonight's board meeting. And I would also like to bring up Mr. Reed and Ms. Fogel. We appreciate the fact that I believe all of you have watched our flipped video and are prepared to ask questions. So we're ready to get into it. I just want to apologize to Mr. Kittle. Now that I know his math background, this certainly is way below what would stimulate your mathematical mind. But if you have any questions on the K-8 level, we'll take them. So happy to start with math and Mr. Reed, or science with Ms. Fogel.
Let's start with Mike. And by the way, I've spoken to Mike about this topic. He's much more in tune with this. So I've asked a lot of questions of him, which he answered very simply, which now he's going to forward those questions to you. Thank you.
Let me on so that everybody doesn't have to, but let me thank you again for the presentation. It was the 20-minute video. I think, guess it's for an hour for the 20-minute video was great that we don't have to have a 20-minute presentation. But the end was, the 20-minute video is well worth, if any of community members are still watching, well worth watching to see how thoughtfully you all, the team is going about approaching growth in both in STEM in K8. I really appreciate how you've broken down the metric as far as the goals for this year by grade level and by school, recognizing that each of our schools are in a diverse place and have their unique challenges, and set real metrics for each one. And I think that's really helpful. And it's well worth watching, just so you stay to the end, you get rewarded by seeing all those great 8th grade science projects, which are tremendous. I didn't understand the 8th grade projects, let alone the high school. So, so is that. In no particular order, but like I said, it'd be helpful in thinking about next steps, right? To set these metrics and things like that, but it'd be helpful to think about next steps in math and science and how you're approaching supporting our teachers in making these growth metrics. I know in email we talked a little bit about thinking about what those classroom observations, the classroom visits look like, and how you're coordinating with building administrators. And I thought that might be helpful to talk about.
Sure, no problem. So I believe, well, thank you for having us tonight. Appreciate it. Tara and I are pretty much on the same page with this. There might be some nuanced differences in how we observe and how we support buildings, but for the most part, we have observed every middle school teacher in our content areas for at least one session. I'm starting my second go round of that, which is probably a bit of a different approach than my predecessors, having not been in the classroom all that much or seen them in the classroom for many years. So so that's one thing. With the elementary school, we are really working with grade level teams to support them specifically with, their instruction, how they're delivering the instruction for certain concepts, certain skills that they're teaching, maybe diving into specific cohorts of kids that are struggling with concepts. And then from there, what we do is we figure out what the metrics are going to be to sort of evaluate is what we've decided working. And if it is, then we continue with it. And if it isn't, then we sort of revamp and go in possibly a different direction. So what I would say is boots on the ground, sleeves rolled up with teachers. They know we're accessible. They call us when they need us. We get in there and we help them. So, last year was a lot of relationship building. This year is really more, getting in the trenches with them and actually observing the kids, interacting with the kids, and figuring out what they need. The last thing I'd say before I'd have Tara jump in just to add whatever she would like to for science is we do this in conjunction with the building administration. So when we do walkthroughs in elementary, we tend to organize it and schedule it with the building administrator so we can walk through and calibrate. And then what we do is we provide feedback that day, very direct feedback about what we saw that was going well, questions we have, where we think we should go next. And we do the same thing in the middle school, but in the middle school with the busy and hectic schedules, we sort of just come in whenever we would like, and we check in the office. And if they can join us, they join us, the administration. And if not, we get in there in the classrooms and again, provide that direct feedback. And the one thing I can say from a math perspective, which has been really amazing this year, is we have now started to sort of work in partnership with our special educators to support math growth, for all kids really, but that's been a really powerful thing. So really excited to continue that. And, really the main thing for us is to understand each building's culture and how they operate. And then, sort of pair that with the vision of the administrator and then what we need them to do from a district perspective. So, I think that's the overarching sort of goal and how we approach things for both of us. But Tara, if you want to add something for science.
I can say ditto to that, but the only thing I would add is there is a tiered approach at our Title I schools where we have higher needs. So we are there more often. we are more visible and more available for planning sessions with teachers at those schools, and we're in constant communication with administrators if they have concerns. So we're there to celebrate growth that they're having, and we're there to address concerns at those schools where needs are higher.
Do we have, can you talk a little bit about like mid-year benchmarking that we're doing on our way towards these end-of-year goals?
I am going to let Mike take that one because the mid-year benchmark is just a bit cleaner at the math, and he has the multiple grades worth of data to talk about.
Yeah, so I think as most of you know, we're in the middle of our winter benchmark assessment window now. I guess we're sort of at the beginning part of it, but it's a 2-week window. And, you know, I become obsessed with it the second the window opens. And, you know, we haven't even assessed nearly half the kids yet, but the preliminary data, when we start to compare it, you know, certain schools or certain groups of kids has been very positive. The one thing I'd also like to add is, you know, Lil Perron had brought up wondering about the cohort data and, you know, trying to be true to what we've been preaching for the last year about 3 data points, 3 years makes a trend. We didn't want to report out necessarily that cohort data because we really only have 2 years since COVID, but we do have very positive 2-year cohort data. So if you look at our middle school, which is really where I'm hyper focused because that's where we tend to take a bit of a dive in our performance. Each of our middle schools has positive cohort growth. So our current, you know, 6th grade cohort, which means we look at the 2021 grade 4 scores and the 2022 grade 5 scores. You know, the average across the district is in middle school is 10 points higher than the previous year. And Western Middle School is seeing the highest. They had 19 points of cohort growth there. And then as you get to 7th grade and then 8th grade, it's it dives down a little bit, but it's also still positive with an average of 4. So we are seeing some nice cohort trends in the infancy of starting to track that. But next year in this report, we'll report out both the grade level scores and the cohort scores because, you know, as we, you know, as have stated previously, we want to really be, you know, approach our data analysis with fidelity. And so we want 3 years of scores in order to report that out.
Karen?
Well, I was going to say you just addressed one of my questions because I was going to ask about looking at a cohort study and a trend across, but you know, because this report it took me by surprise in a couple of ways. I think the bigger issue is that we're only looking at the SBA scores. That's only one data point here, and so I think that that's important for everybody to kind of focus on. It's, you know, when we're looking at the students' mastery and growth in math, we look at so much more than just one data point. So I'm glad to hear that you mentioned some of the other data points that you're looking at that shows much different growth patterns than we seeing in this document. Because I have to tell you, I was a little surprised there was such a huge disparity between some of the schools when looking at the elementary scores and even further when we looked at the middle schools. And that was sort of one of the questions I was going to ask you about. But, you know, when we're looking at the elementary schools, I think you started to talk about one of the additional supports we're adding for schools with lagging learners to help them meet some of the lofty goals that have been set. So I think it's good that we start to talk about some of those as part doing this over here. Sorry. Some of those supports that we're adding in. So, you know, are there things what we have had in the past for those supports? If you're looking at just the SBA data, doesn't show that it's necessarily helped, but when I guess you're talking about other data points. So that was one of the things I was going to ask is if we look at the other data that we have, are we seeing growth? And, you know, what are we putting into to help with these lagging schools with lagging scores?
Yeah. So, you know, one of the things that we started last year to implement was the Bridges Intervention Program in all of our schools, but it has had a profound effect on our Title I schools, especially with respect to the fact that 2 of those schools in elementary was what we're talking about here, have 2 math interventionists. And so, you know, when we take a look at those high needs populations, we start to think about, you know, how can we better serve them? And oftentimes the most important thing is to is to keep the schema the same, right? And so when these kids go in and out of supports, whether it be intervention or if they go into needing special education supports, we want to keep everything sort of uniform. So what we started to do is we're going to start to bring Bridges Intervention, the program in, and start to work with our special educators at those schools to help support those kids. And then, from there, hopefully build it out to the rest of the district, because I see one of our largest needs is to empower and embolden and to give our special educators the tools that they need to support the students. And so I think historically in the past, they've been primarily focused on reading, and they get the training in reading. And what we need to do is give them that proper training in math as well. So, we're starting to build those supports out, but, we're learning a lot as we go. And every building has its different needs, and different grade levels, as you could see in the data, have different needs. And, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to tease out what we should do across the entire district when each building is sort of its own little district and has its own needs. So, really what it starts with is clear and direct expectations. And then knowing that, you'll be held accountable for what we expect you to do. But it's done with love and support. We're in there trying to help them the best that we can. We use our SBA data, we use our Linkit data, we use our summative assessments. Those of you that don't know what that means, that's just the end of chapter test. And then quite frankly, we use a lot of quantitative data, just observations that we see in the ways kids behave, because while math seems so numbers oriented, it's actually it's a mindset more than it is anything else. And so we need to, really change the culture of math in general, so that people understand it's okay to make mistakes. That's where we learn. We fall down, we scrape our knees, and we get back up again, right? And so that's really what we need to focus in on. And so we're trying to build a mindset of celebrating when we come across things that are difficult, and then how do we work through those weeds and get to where we need to go. So a lot of data points, but I think we focus on the SBA for these reports because that's ultimately the one thing that's exactly the same across the entire district.
Well, I was gonna say, so you bring up 2 points that I thought were really interesting, because one is the way the words, the SBA is worded, it's also across the state. It's not just here. So I think that that's a big difference also in how the students might be testing and their growth scores, because you're looking at the SBA, all of the other assessments that we offer, the summative assessments and the other, mid-year assessments are things that we've had our hand in and looked at and addressed to it. So it speaks to the way our students are learning and the wording that's being, used in our classrooms and how they're being taught. So I think that is a really interesting point to have out there. But you also mentioned, and this is interesting because it was what shocked me even more, was other than the disparity, the elementary was the big disparity at the middle schools, right? You see Eastern here and Western and Central are tied in the lower portion. And that surprised me. I know, having a student at Western, the growth there is huge, and they lost some during COVID, but I'm glad to hear it's coming back. And so you mentioned how, I'm sorry, I'm like right in this. You mentioned how all three, in your presentation, all three of the middle schools have a different tactic, right? The Eastern has an interventionist, Western and Central are using, Central has the interventionist, and Eastern and Western are using changes in scheduling and other teachers to sort of create support opportunities. If all three of them are using different strategies, I understand we have different learners. 2 of them are lagging behind. Are we looking at what's working in one school, but when they're doing really well, or we're seeing growth to sort of bring that in? I know each school's run differently, each population of each school different, but we're seeing such disparity, at least just looking at the SBA scores, at least in this report. So that's why I was just wondering.
Yeah. So, really what drives that is the staffing model, right? And so each building has a different amount of staff, and how they allocate their staff can be dependent on many variables, throughout each school year to school year, right? So, currently right now at Western, we have the most staff. And so they're able to design their schedules in a very unique way where every teacher has sort of an opportunity to have math and a half with their students that need that extra support. And then at Central, that's our least amount of teachers, and they do have the interventionist, but it's only one person, right? And so we try to figure out how to utilize him to either push into class or pull students out. And then, really, how do we identify the kids that we think really need that just little bit of TLC so that we can give them that support and then get them back into the classroom? Because if anything is true, we know that the most important thing is that they're in the classroom with their teacher. And so we value our interventionists, and they're wonderful, but their goal is to get them into intervention and out of intervention. And so, I'll give Eastern as an example. They were able to allocate an extra body towards math, save 3 teachers per grade level, and they were able to then have one of those teachers work with the skills class. So that would be students that are below grade level. Really, the bottom line is depending on the types of kids that come in from year to year, it sort of dictates our staffing model. And so could we bring a uniformity across the board? Sure. If we decided that as a leadership team in a district that we wanted to allocate staff in certain spots, absolutely we could. But at the same time, Western has a totally different identity than Eastern and then Central. And so we do have to take into account their individuality and how we support them and what their needs are. So I guess that's a convoluted way to say, sure, we could make it uniform, but I do wonder if that would be the right way to do it.
I wasn't suggesting that we make it uniform because like I said, each school has their own needs and functionality. I just didn't know if there were some best practices that if it's working well at one school, and again, it's not necessarily about how it's being, who's teaching and how, but it's just support, different ways of support. And I was just curious about that. But, and you did talk about multiple assessments and data points. And so the quick question I'd had, because you were just mentioned it again, is my final question about adding support, finding out who needs support and where. Is you mentioned, having the opportunity to give student assessment and looking at their data points, and the teachers are going to be meeting to discuss formative assessment data with the student, for students, and discuss and create team consensus on how to support some of the students. So, we don't want to wait too long to discover a student has issues because math, as you know, builds upon itself. So how often are the teachers going to be meeting and discussing strategies, looking at the different, data points to sort of find a student that might be falling through the cracks before it's too late, before they're on to multiple different, lessons beyond, and they didn't learn the base lessons, so they're still struggling. I was just curious.
Yeah. So in middle school, that's pretty much a weekly occurrence when they get together in their teams to talk about kids. They have different types of meetings, but I would even say it's even more on a daily basis, to be honest, just tracking kids. In the elementary schools, we tend to, we'll never stop. We'll never wait to bring up a student that we think is urgently needing intervention, but we tend to work in 6 to 8 week cycles through our MTSS process. So, I guess, 6 times a year is when we bring kids up and we talk about who needs to come in, who needs to move out, who needs to be elevated to a different sort of status of support. And so, so that's the current model that we do now. But I guess I would say on a daily basis, we bring kids up and we talk about them and we discuss what their needs are.
Thank you. It's good to know that our students won't be falling through the cracks if we're looking that closely. And I didn't want Tara to think I was ignoring her. I didn't have any questions because you've gone over so much. I did also wanted to say thank you because of all of the focused work that we put into our science curriculum and advanced science. It looks like it's really helped a lot of our students meet mastery. Sorry that you were on the hot seat tonight, Mike. Sorry.
I love
Thanks,
it.
Karen. Laura, you had a question?
Yeah, so you mentioned there's I forget what you called it, challenge or what was Bridges? What is the Bridges program? How does it fit into the school? Because that's not a term I've heard before. And then I just wanted to say that one math interventionist at a middle school of hundreds of kids certainly doesn't seem like a lot. Is there?
I don't think that's for me to decide, but I would always argue for as many as possible. So,
because I gotta wonder that there's only so many hours in the day. So I always worry that it's not enough. But could you tell me about the Bridges?
Yeah, so the Bridges program is an intervention program that's research-based. When we started to roll out our math intervention, they essentially didn't have anything to use that was different from what they were currently using. So we were kind of building the plane on the fly. And then we quickly identified that we needed a more systematic approach for entering students into intervention, diagnosing them, figuring out exactly what the skills were that they needed, and then following a sort of a logical progression. And so we went out and we looked at, various programs, and the Bridges intervention program was something we had already kind of had a relationship with, because New Lebanon and some other schools were using Number Corner, which is just a way for our earliest learners to just sort of start their day with numbers, looking at the calendar, counting by tens, things like that. And so from there, what we did was, we decided that we needed to have this systematic approach. And so we brought in one kit of Bridges intervention, and we trialed that at New Lebanon, and we loved it. And so we decided to roll it out to all the schools to support them, so that they have something that they could utilize other than augmenting the Big Ideas program, which is just showing the kids the same thing, but maybe in a more intensive or different way. We wanted to give them something else, sort of like we have our reading interventions, like where a student may go into a reading intervention that might be using the Orton Gillingham program or things like that. So that's what I would liken it to. But you could definitely take a look at it. The Math Learning Center is where it comes out of. And I'd be happy if you email me to send you some more information about it.
So it's in every school?
Every
Wow.
math interventionist has the kits, which are basically text resources, and then the manipulative kits, which, is usually the best way to support students. It's usually a visual, concrete approach. Our students that are having struggles with math.
Okay, great. Mark, Tara, Mike, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Karen.
So this is more a question for Tony, I think, and it's in regards to math interventionists, because it doesn't feel like we have enough of them. And the question is, if I look at our ARP ESSER funding, which we're going to talk about a little bit later, it looks like we don't have payment for a interventionist in this year component, or maybe I'm looking at the wrong year. So, right, because we're approving funds for next year, right, for 2024. I believe that's right. So in our original budget for this year, we have a math interventionist one, but we don't for next year. Are we decreasing the math interventionist, or are we assuming them or consuming them into our traditional operating plan?
It's operating. And if you go back again, remember, just 3 years ago, we didn't have math interventionists. It really wasn't a focus for us. We had none in elementary. And so when we started to put them in, and ARP ESSER has been very helpful, our goal was making sure we got them off of a grant and into operating. So some of these key positions, we've worked hard in the budget process to do that. And just as a reminder, when we talk about flexibility and scheduling, our middle school principals have also made some challenging decisions. They're looking at their buildings. They're deciding what do they really need to do to help every student be successful. And some of them, and I'm going to use like Gordon, for instance, has one media specialist. And those of you that have been on the board for a while know that was a big discussion, but it was very intentional in that building, in that looking at the resources they had and what was the greatest need. And so giving them a little bit of flexibility, not just, okay, you just get additional staff, because we all know with our budget process in Greenwich, it's very, very challenging to have everything that we need. So we start by looking at what we have right now. And just because we've had it for 20 years doesn't mean it's the right position. So that's where we've started. So I agree. We can, if you ask our staff, they will tell you, we would love to have more interventionists. We'd love to have more special ed teachers. We would love, all of those positions. But when we are told that we should not be increasing headcount, and that's the guidelines, maybe that's a different, discussion that the board may want to have as we go into next year's budget. Do you want us to ask, truly, if I go and ask the principals, what do they think they really need to have the very best staffing in their building? But then we'd have to be really prepared to not be able to meet guidelines from the BET. I know that's a long answer, but that's the reality. We're trying to look at the staff we have and use them the most effective as we can.
I think we should just look at it as a guideline.
Okay. Mark, you wanted to conclude?
Yeah,
with
I just
something?
wanted to, before we step away, I wanted to acknowledge that, Mike and Tara have only been on the job for 18 months. So the amount that they have accomplished in that short period of time really deserves our thanks and appreciation for all of their hard work. And I also want to acknowledge Laura's efforts from hour one of tonight's board meeting, because she does a fantastic job with our arts and music program as well. So really proud of the team tonight. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. Great. That was excellent. Thank you very much. And you're up.
So I won't say anything about the late hour, but by the time I get home, it'll probably be about 1:30, and I have to be at Parkway at 8:30 in the morning. It's a good thing I don't need too much sleep.
You're a slow-
However,
Slow drive. Go ahead.
yeah, I know. I don't want to get a speeding ticket. So I hope that you all enjoyed the video from our STEM at the high school, so we can finish out our pre-K through 12 plus district on our STEM growth. And I will have both Andrew and Sean, who's only been on the job for September, October, November, December, January, 5 months. He's doing a fantastic job. So come on up.
I guess so. Any questions? Ms. Hirsch?
I'm sure
Okay,
you,
go ahead, Karen.
I'm sure you could have imagined my hand was going up. So I have one for science and one for math. So, I'll start with math since you're at the mic. I see that, I have to tell you, I apologize to our elementary and, K-8 middle school coordinators, but the growth we've seen at math in the high school, obviously looking at, again, only one or two data points has been fantastic. So thank you. I know the support and the work you guys have put into it has been fantastic. I see that you noted one of the things that you've been doing to add for support is learning centers for the students who need a little extra math support or some questions on whatever the lesson is for the day. And I think that's fantastic. Having taken a small sub poll on how their learning centers are working. I've heard from actually, a couple of students, not just one that lives in my house, that they're exceptionally helpful. But that we might need some more teachers available during those centers, because oftentimes there's just one teacher and there's a lot of students that come in for help. And poor, the poor educator who's stuck in there with as one person trying to answer questions at multiple different levels of math with a lot of students in a short window of time that need that support. So I was wondering if, we're looking at ways to support our students as we go forward, if we're looking to add more or bolster those learning centers in other ways by adding additional math teachers, or teachers who can help with higher level math courses, or if there's a way that there can be a sign up. So students, if they know that they need help support in a certain type of math, they know which teacher or which level of math might be, which learning center might be the best one for them to go to, because it's such an incredible opportunity for our students to have that additional support. I know our teachers come in at the beginning of the day, offer time after the day, but it's nice when students have an opportunity and open to get a little extra support. So thank you for putting that in place, but didn't know if we were going to add any support in there.
Yeah, that's a great question. And, our teams again are absolutely amazing with the amount of time and how many balls they're able to kind of keep in the air at one time. So for those of you that don't know, a full-time math teacher teaches 5 sections, which is 30 blocks out of the 48 blocks. And so the remainder of their time is filled with their non-instructional prep period and serving in our math learning center or our math testing center. So typically a teacher will have 6 to 8 blocks out of the schedule where they're up in the math learning center, and it's really dictated based on their schedule when they can be up there. So we're very fortunate to have at least one certified math teacher in our math learning center who's there for both students who are assigned there because they're getting some remediation, and then others who want to just drop by and get some extra help. And in addition to that, we do have one constant paraprofessional who's in there who helps kind of manage that space and helps us, work with the kids on work completion type issues, as you can imagine. That being all said, it would be great after listening to Mr. Reed and the KA team. We do not have a math interventionist at the high school. Not that it's long overdue, but it certainly would be an excellent addition if it would ever become available to the high school. Because I think one of the major concerns, as you just articulated, Ms. Hirsch, is that you might not be able to get necessarily the support you're hoping for, because it's really dictated by kind of happen chance on who could be available. But if we had a math interventionist or someone that was in there who, let's say, could teach through BC calculus per our conversation earlier, that individual would be able to meet everyone's needs. And I think one of the things that I love about Greenwich High School is that so many of our kids, wherever they are really excited to go and get that help and support. And it's a tremendous resource for us to have for Greenwich High School and the entire community. So math interventionist, maybe for 24-25 school year.
Well, thank you. I keep feeling I'm like leaning into this too much, but so thank you, because it really has been such an incredible opportunity for our students to get that extra support that they need. And I had a quick question on one of the changes in science, which I'm sure you're expecting. Hi, welcome. We haven't met. Quick question, because I saw that you guys were making the recommendations for students to, I'd love to hear a little bit more about the rationale, and I see some more information here behind changing the requirement for 11th graders to take an NGSS aligned science class. I understand that passing the NGSS is one of the ways to determine competency in science and required for the district graduation and performance standards. So I didn't know if that was the basis. And I had already looked into the course catalog, because it's nice that everything tonight sort of aligned in the same couple of different things we were looking at. So I had seen that, the majority of the science classes would meet this, that most of the 11th graders tend to meet their requirement. But I was just curious what the rationale was.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So in your guys' packets, I kind of created a little handout for you to make it a little easier for the rationale. With the data that we saw from the NGSS tests, we're seeing a pretty high achievement rate from our students already. I was more concerned about the students that weren't meeting mastery. And we were trying to determine, how can we ensure that we're supporting those students the best? And so what I tried to do was dive into the data a little bit more and determine, well, in some of those students, what was the cases that they weren't potentially were not making mastery on the NGSS test. And so when I dove into the data a little bit, I identified 25 students that were in non-aligned NGSS courses. And what I found was 7 of those students did not pass the NGSS tests, and which is about 28% of the students. And so the big rationale that there was a very small percentage of students that were in those non-aligned classes. And when I pulled the data for the current students that were in non-aligned NGSS classes for this year, it would be affect about 30 students. And so to ensure that they're getting the same access to the content, and to ensure that they have, they're learning the same skills in every single one of their junior classes, as well as their freshman and sophomore classes. That was the major rationale behind making that change for them.
Thank you, because like I said, I'd seen this, it was in the back of the book, but I thought it would be helpful to ask the question anyway. So thanks.
Anybody else? Michael?
I guess I just had a question about process in general. So I know we're talking about this change, and we're talking about new courses. Are these things are the new courses? And years past, I know we got new courses by the board, and they were already in the course catalog. People were already talking about it and things like that. Did that happen again? Is the course catalog out? Did that happen again this year?
The course catalog is actually on the website, the high school website. However, those courses are in there only if they are approved by the board. If they are not approved by the board, then they will not be there. They'll be taken off.
And I guess I know we set the goals the wrong term, but I know as we're talking about the high school curriculum and these courses and things around with the website and looking at putting, getting more of the curriculum maps online as a goal of the end of the year. I guess, how's that going?
Yeah, yes, sir. So for the majority of our classes, I think we have 2 left to do. Those are the new classes, honors anatomy and physiology and honors biochem. Those public facing documents still need to be posted on the website. But all the documents have been sent to our one of our media specialists to make sure they're accessible for all members of the community and Greenwich Public Schools. And so they are working on getting all of those up on the website.
Looks like we're good. Well, one more thing, of course, Andrew.
The math documents have been up there for about 2 years now, and they're fully complete. We've been updating them regularly, so they should be there for you to view.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Ann. All right, very good. Thank you, Blaze. I think you're up. Did you doze off back there? Excellent. Without offending any of my colleagues, the hour is late. If we could sharpen our questions a little bit, and let's target them a little more precisely, maybe we can cover everything. Past your bedtime, Ralph? Good evening, Blaze.
All right, financial report, right? That's what I'm up.
Yes, please.
Okay, so monthly financial report. This is basically the halfway period. We're December 31st. This is as of December 31st, 2022. I'll just run through a couple of things and then take some questions really quickly. What we're looking at under expenditures, we're about 52.1% through our operating budget. So that sounds about right. We're pretty much right on target. A couple of the areas that we're watching though, you'll see if you look closely are our 200s. Those are our services. That is running a little bit high. So that was something that we actually met on earlier, but overall, the budget at around 52%, which is pretty on target for this time of year. Capital, you'll see, I'll give a big shout out to Dan, his team member Elisa, Kimberly that you've met before on Capital. We've been going through over the last few weeks, line by line, account by account, cleaning up capital, looking at some old funds, returning what we can, and really putting a lot of effort there. Month over month, we've had some good execution, over 800,000 either spent or encumbered since last month's report. That 39.7 million in open capital includes all the funds that were appropriated July 1st and also 8.5 million still open for the Western Middle School soil remediation. Fast forward, the other thing that I would just point out too is the school lunch program. The federal funding for universal free lunch ran out. This was after the extension. So that program is transitioning back to normal. Currently, students that are on free and reduced lunch, so the reduced lunch students are not being charged. That's about a 48-cent per charge student. This is kind of a hybrid model. The state reimburses us for the rest of that meal. So that's probably about for a half year, about a $9,000 to $10,000 charge. Other good news on the school lunch fund is that the cash in lieu of commodities clock reimbursement is likely expected to be significantly higher than we thought based on the high participation rate due to the universal free lunch program. So we had originally budgeted last year probably $150,000 for that, but it looks like we'll be close to around maybe $340,000 in the clock program. And that basically clock is driven by participation and it's in the rear. So the federal funding ran out, but there will still be significant benefits to the school lunch fund because of that federal program driving up participation. And then out of district tuition, we're meeting regularly with Stacy's team, my team, watching where we're at. And we made a couple of minor accounting changes to move students to be properly recorded, about 4 students that were in out of district, but really weren't out of district. So I think that's just a minor accounting change to more accurately show that program. Any questions on monthly financial report?
So, can you?
Kathleen,
Yeah, sorry,
please.
I just went. So yeah, so sped, it looks like it's just a little bit over, right? Versus where we've been in the past where we're like, oh my God. And so, which is actually a technical financial term. But
Sounds right.
yeah,
So
but
I feel sometimes. So
but so you're feeling confident that we're going to be like, okay for this operating budget essentially this year.
I think, yeah, Dr. Jones and I met, I'm still digesting some of the school stuff, so I sometimes have my own little bit of a heart attack, but I think right now we met, and as of today, we're feeling pretty good.
Good. Go ahead, Karen, please first.
So I had a couple of questions about just school lunch in general. One, I had asked you earlier today regarding what it would cost and what it would do to our budget to continue to provide a universal lunch. So I'm just curious if we can just work harder on those numbers. And the reason why I asked that is really Dr. Jones's email was the impetus of that question, which suggested that there are a number of children that are either one, embarrassed to go buy lunch with their card because, or their parents can't put the requisite amount on it. And so there needs to be a way where every kid feels like they can go get lunch without having a problem or being embarrassed about it. So I was curious as to those numbers and what that included with respect to breakfast as well. And I think that's something that this board should consider. And I know we're always looking at budgetary items, but the fact that a child feels embarrassed about going up to buy lunch is just unacceptable. So I think we need to look long and hard about how we try to fix that problem. The second question I had with regards to lunch, I think goes more to maybe Dr. Jones, but it went up significantly, I think, in the past years. Like we all got emails. Well, I got an email from the elementary school that says you should expect to pay $6 a day for a lunch, which includes lunch and the snack. And that just seemed like a lot of money for a school lunch. And I don't know why why we're seeing such a huge trend and an increase in regards to school lunch prices. But I got an email that said expect to be at least on your card $6 a day for a school lunch. And I actually think that most people could provide their kids a cheaper lunch than $6 a day. So I was just curious on the pricing on that.
Was that the lobster tails? Is that what it was?
No. I'm wondering, without seeing the context of the email, it's kind of hard to answer, but I don't have the prices in front of me. I don't think they're that high. However, we do try to really warn parents that do have the capability to put money on their card, because we do have I almost said consumables. That's not the right word.
Snacks.
Yes. And we do have students. I remember when my son was in middle school, it was our card, went really high, and it's because he was buying for all of his friends. So, we do warn parents that be aware if they get one of the additional drinks or something of that nature, this is what you would expect to see. So it could have been couched in that, but I don't think we're that high yet.
Yeah, let me send it to you because I would just be curious as to what the expected cost is, because it just seemed to be a big jump from prior years. And I don't know if we're going, that's attributed to building supplies and supply chain issues, which seems to be impacting everything.
Yeah, just as a reminder, it's when we do the budget, when we do the food service budget, and we, annually look at the pricing. So we don't adjust once the board approves that pricing. So it's not like if things go super high in the middle of the year, we would bring it back to the board. You would have to prove it.
It's $4.15 is what it says on the website.
Okay. And one question I have is, it's a usual beating the dead horse with this question, use it or lose it. Well, I see we have some, in fiscal year ending June 30th, we have some unallocated grant money that still exists. Is that correct?
We do, yeah. So expiring at the end of this fiscal year, we have looking at the report, you saw a note, there's about 1.5 million in grants that expire this year. Unappropriated between all of them and unencumbered, it is approximately around $800,000 that need to be fully executed by June 30th, use it or lose it. We set up, administration set up a meeting with the grant managers to start coordinating regularly. We did a lot of work, and Stacy's over there, and Ann, and a lot of work doing a lot of grant cleanup. And now we're all working together to make sure that we're going to get, every dollar spent. There's a couple of programs, it's small dollar amounts where some of the funds just may not apply to the situation where we got some federal funding, but for the most part, we are all on the same page and we're working really hard to get every dollar spent. But you bring up a good point. It's about $800,000 and we have to get it spent by June 30th.
I have ideas on how to spend it.
Perfect.
I mean, for real though,
Of course, I'd speak to Blaze directly if you have great ideas, but it'd be very important to me to make sure we use it and make sure we act quickly. Thank you. All good? All right. Thank you, Blaze.
Thank you. And yeah, we'll follow up, Karen, I think with everybody. Those are some good questions on the school lunch, the universal free lunch pricing and the breakfast.
All right, let's hit the survey. Dr. H. This time of night, I'm not going to try your name.
There should be one more member online to bring up Nina.
Oh, there she is. We found her. Good evening and congratulations on your new role. We're here tonight to talk about the Greenwich Together survey. So this is a survey that is a community survey. So it's not just Greenwich Public School. It's all of this. It's given to all students in 7th through 12th grade in both private and public schools. And I have several members of the Greenwich Together team to give you more specifics. So this is my first administration of this particular survey, and I wanted to make sure that we have the right people here to answer everybody's questions. The survey is given and then the results are then shared with the community. So earlier this school year, there were actually several newspaper articles about the survey results that are shared out with the community, which drive some of the programs that that do occur throughout the years. And with that information, I am going to turn it over to them about how they determine the questions. It's a group who they give it to. I know that Nina can talk about the security of the online survey because I know that that's a concern. So hopefully we can answer everybody's questions.
Thank you.
So we'll take questions.
What, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Ellen Brzezowski. I'm the program administrator for Greenwich Together, the local coalition.
And I'm Karina Restrepo. I'm the prevention coordinator for Greenwich Together.
Hi, and I'm Ingrid Gillespie, and I'm a member of Greenwich Together and have been involved with survey implementation since 2018.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yes.
Any
Ingrid,
questions?
Our historian.
Oh, go ahead,
Yes.
I'm gonna start.
Yes.
Yeah.
She does need to talk. Well, she needs to answer questions. If there's questions. Yeah.
She
Perfect.
can introduce herself too.
Please, let's start with Michael.
So, hi. So I guess, I didn't know anything about survey until I saw it in the packet this week, and I read through and completely on my own, reading some of these questions, and I had some of the concerns that have gotten to you about ideas and things like that. So I guess I'm curious about the origins of the survey and who wrote the survey, and is this what kind of norms this is, how it's been normed and on all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I'll give you a little history about how the survey originally. And so in 2018, it was originally administered. It's not the same survey, but it's very similar. And we were then eligible to apply for the Drug-Free Communities Grant because we were able to administer the survey and get the data for Greenwich residents, or Greenwich students, I should say. So, and then because the requirements of the grant are that every 2 years we administer the same type of survey. All right, but so Nina, if you're on and you can speak about how the survey was created and how the questions were, but they come from national surveys. But I'll let Nina, who is our veteran.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So the surveys pulled together, adapted from several state and national surveys. We created a question data bank. Some of the surveys are the Search Institute profiles of student life, the national outcome measures, which is from the Office of National Drug Control Policy, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is from administered through the Center for Disease Control on a national level and through the Connecticut Department of Public Health on a state level. And then there are 2 surveys that are used in Connecticut, Youth Voices Count and CIRAC. CIRAC is an acronym that I am just not going to be able to get right now at this hour. And so they're all questions that have been used for many, many years over many different types of communities and very prominent in the prevention and public health field.
Okay, so it's an amalgam. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what happens, what happens if we don't do the survey?
We lose our funding.
Okay.
Yeah. So
What's the funding?
So we get Drug-Free Community Grant money, which is federal funding. It's $625,000 over 5 years. We're in year 4 of our grant right now. And it's a requirement of the grant that we do the survey, collect the data so that we are seeing what the risks are for youth, how we're doing with trying to lower those risks, and if our interventions are working. And we get a pulse on the community in general and what's happening. So it's just a good sort of needs assessment of where we are in the community.
I've been long enough on this board to remember when you came the first couple of times, I think. And I remember sitting in a room with the head of, I think, Greenwich Country Day and Sacred Heart, and we went through all this, and it was you got some really great feedback. In fact, I felt like Greenwich was in a pretty good place, relatively speaking, if I recall. But so I guess my question goes back to that. Are all of our local private schools participating again?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great. Karen?
I'm God, good Lord. I'm piggybacking a little on what Kathleen had asked, because I too have been here long enough to have been through the initial round of looking at this and so forth. But so in the past, all 7th graders in private schools were given this, but only 50% of GPS students were given this. And it was they were asked at random to take the survey, and they're with the option of an opt-in order to balance the number of students taking the survey between public and private.
Yes.
Is that still going to be the way
That
you guys
is
going to be
still the
doing it?
case, yes.
Okay. And then I assume, since you already answered, all the private schools have already looked at the survey and given the thumbs up, correct?
Yes.
And in past, again, I know, we'd asked about cost. There is no cost.
No. there
Okay.
is no cost.
No, but there was a cost to initially give the survey.
Because we didn't have the
first year.
grant.
Correct.
So now that we have the grant, it's covered.
And so this is we're going into year 5. I know this is a requirement to do it every 2 years. Are you guys going to be looking, or is there a possibility to utilize, if we use the data to apply for a next round of this grant?
Yes, we will be
Mhm.
applying for year 5 through 10.
Okay, perfect. So I guess that's another reason to sort of look into doing it. I know there's no better time for us to find ways to support the mental health and help reduce our youth's risky behavior and strengthen their healthy choices than now with, all the stuff that's going on these days. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. A question I have, the data that's collected.
Mhm.
I know I spoke to Chief Evie.
Yes.
Yes, and Chief said that he uses the data, certainly not to catch anybody, but to
Right.
prevent and structure and make our service to our community, our police department serve our community in a positive, proactive way. He says that data is incredibly helpful to his department. So that begs the question now, the data gets distributed where? How does it, give me the control, where it goes to, who uses the data? And I'll make one more reference is that I used to be a coach here in our school and in our high school. And there was some data that came to us when we were looking at the code of conduct for the students. We would evaluate the amount of pressure we might put on a kid that might have, whether we forgive him because the stats say that most kids do this. We tell the kids that you'll be tempted to do this because the other kids are doing this according to data that was given me from the school. I didn't know where it came from. So now that data came and was used certainly for a helpful way in my personal experience. So please give me just a direction on the data and where it goes.
Sure. So once the data is collected, and it is collected anonymously, I know there was a question about that, and we could talk more about that if people have questions, but it gets tabulated by Nina, and then it gets presented to the community. So we have a public forum that's usually recorded, so that lives on the Greenwich Together website, so people have access to it once it's tabulated and a report is formed. So we do, a big general forum, and then anybody who wants the data or a presentation. So we've gone to PTA meetings. Ingrid and I had a dog and pony show and went out, and anybody who requested, whether it's parent groups or agencies or the United Way, wanted some information, and we presented to them. So it's really, we present the public forum, but then as people request to get more information about that data, we go out and do presentations on that. We also do focus groups afterwards with both students and parents to find out what they thought about the results of the data, because we want the students to get the results and know what those results are.
Thank you. That was great. And has there been any discussion about certainly the positive effects of the data and the use that the examples I made of coaching and
Yeah.
Chief Evie, very useful. But is there any discussions about the negativity of this data getting distributed? Any skeptics that might suggest that that the data is used in a negative way, which of course was outweighed by the positives, which
Right.
is why we do it.
Right,
So
right,
just
right.
if you could share, and I hate to bring up the negative side of things, but
no.
that question is asked. And I think it's important to speak about publicly.
Sure. So I'll answer that, but I'll also give anybody else a chance.
Joe,
to-
before Joe, I'm sorry, just to interrupt. Joe, a motion needed to go on the table to start the whole discussion.
That's right.
When the item came up, really needed to start with a motion and a second.
You are
I'm
correct.
trying, I didn't want, it just kept going. So.
Karen would like to make.
I'll happily make a motion to put the question as to whether we approve Greenwich Together Youth Survey on the table.
I'll second that. Discussion, continue, please. Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Okay, so one of the things that we look at in the survey is definitely risk behavior, but we're also looking at protective factors, and that's, Nina mentioned the Search Institute, and that's one of their big things is about assets, and what are the assets that the children have, the youth have, and how are those protective factors helping to reduce their risky behavior. So that's what our goal always is with the survey, is to look at the two of those things against each other, the risk factors and the protective factors. And then our job is to try to beef up those protective factors. And that's all of our programming for us as a coalition. Greenwich Together sponsored programming, but also all the members of Greenwich Together, when they do their programming, they take that data and they look at it and they say, how can we use this data then to inform our programming for both parents and students? I don't know if that answered your question.
It does a bit, but there's the negativity that might have been discussed about what bad things might come of this data, and outweighed by the good that comes from the data. Any of the bad examples?
Tell me, explain.
I hope there's none.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely use, there is, we saw in the last survey, there is substance use, there is mental health issues and problems, but I don't think that we look at it that way as a negative. We look at it, okay, this is what's happening in the community, and how can we then as agencies and coalition work together to solve those problems or help make a difference. I don't know, do you have anything to, yeah.
I just want to add to that, that usually what we found in the surveys is that most students are not using substances. So just to outweigh that con that most people think that, or youth usually think that all my peers are using substances, vice versa, we found that that's not true.
And we work hard to get that data out to the students because we want them to know that not everyone is doing it.
And I think sort of what, because we've had the privilege of sitting here tonight and listening to so many discussions, is that by having this quantitative data, prior to having these surveys, because I've been around a while, is that it was very difficult to have catalysts for discussion because we did not have sort of concrete data. It really has opened the door to discussion. And I think in one of the presentations, doing a deeper dive into what's driving it. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful opportunity, even with numbers that people, go, whoa, whatever. So it's been great that way.
I think Karen was next, Mike.
So, sorry, I'll be quick. So I'm a little confused. What services then do you provide? You get all of this data and then you do your dog and pony show about it. So then what? Like, what do you do?
Okay, yeah. So we do a lot of things. We sponsor speakers for both parents and students. So we just had speakers in October, I think it was, and it was all around creating a family frame, because one of the things we found in the last survey was when parents had strong boundaries and rules around use and underage drinking and those kinds of things, that students drank less or used less. So that was one of the things we found. And then we provided an educational event for parents to talk about, well, then how do you do that? How do you help provide that family frame and provide guidance to your children and have those conversations? Because they're not easy conversations. So that's one thing that we do. We provide speakers for both students and parents. We have a website, a Greenwich Together website, that we have many topics on, from vaping to underage drinking to mental health, a few more. And so all of that information continually gets updated. And then we do a lot of social media campaigns, and all of that is directed back to those websites. And the youth, we have a youth coalition that Karina works with very closely, and there are students from all of the schools, including Greenwich High School. And we work very closely with the Greenwich Outreach Club that Kathy Steiner, who was here earlier, she is the facilitator for that club, and they concentrate on mental health and substance use prevention. And so we participate in the health fairs. We buy a lot of materials, prevention materials. We have some here, but that we give out to students. And so like a highlighter with a message about no juuling, and then it has our website address on there. So, and then we give money to the police to do compliance checks. So they go out into the retailers and make sure they kind of stage it and make sure they're not selling to underage youth. And then we also provide materials and educational materials and education, and the youth are part of that, to those retailers to go out there and tell them, this is what will happen. The developing brain is really important. Please don't sell to underage youth. And so we do a lot of that. And there are teen nights that the town and the police department have last summer, they tried to develop to, again, limit the risky behavior of youth in town. And we provide money to help support those, and staff to help support those nights. So what else? I think I talked about everything. We also provide training to coalition members and community members. So for example, last spring, we provided a training that was open to everyone, and again, was recorded and lives on our website, about the new marijuana law. And that just came into effect recently. And so what damage that can do to youth, and the message it sends when it's legalized. And even though it's not legal for anybody under the age of 21, it's still a message that gets sent out.
Michael, I'm sorry. No, please. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Sorry.
So then my additional follow-ups are, one, how is this survey presented to students? So one, do they know that they can opt out and
Yes.
not have to take it?
Yes, there are
And-
directions right in the beginning and it says it.
And so when are they given this? This is probably for you, Tony. When are students given this survey?
It's different at each school, but most of them have flex periods. They have basically non-instructional times that they can utilize to be able to give the survey. So that's what most of them do, but it looks a little bit different at each building. We work with the principals on
It's
that.
15 to 20 minutes.
And does it have to be in electronic form? And why can't it be in paper form and they just fill it out with pencil?
Nina? I'll let her talk about that.
There's really been we haven't had any reason to be concerned about the anonymity of the survey using the platform that we use. Historically, we haven't had any issues with that, and it's just an easier, less, more cost effective, more sustainable approach using the SurveyMonkey platform.
I think it's also a more reliable way to collect data and it's just more uniform in terms of the conditions that the students take it under.
So I don't recall you guys coming back here in this setting to present the data. Is, obviously you go around and do things, but with respect to the data that you've pulled and you're asking our permission to do it, I think you would want to come back
We would
and
be more than
give us
happy
a
to do that.
session as
Mhm.
to
Absolutely.
what it is.
We did do it once. I don't know if we did it after the 2021 maybe because of COVID. I don't know.
I haven't done it since I've been here.
Yeah. 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 And again, we'd be happy to do that.
Like an executive session, I believe.
Okay.
Wasn't it? Oh, yeah, it's just because it was like the Sacred Heart for late woman was there. No, I remember there was a time when there was Sacred Heart
We'll consider
every day. They were all with
We will
us.
be happy to come.
adding
and
it to the
present
agenda
results.
sometime in the future. We'll
You
talk further
invite us,
about
we
it.
will come.
Of course. And Michael, Karen, you done?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
so
Michael?
yeah, I'll try to be quick because I mean, it sounds like you're doing great work, and important work. I mean, obviously this is, in the headlines every day. It's super important. I have concerns. I don't know, based on what you've given us, I don't have enough evidence to say that this is appropriate. Is it okay to ask 7-year-olds, seventh graders, not 7-year-olds, seventh graders, some of these questions about K2, K3, Delta 8, Spice, all these things? Probably. I don't know. I don't have evidence of that. I worry that this is not one survey that we've taken from a trusted source, but a combination. I also worry that we're giving it in a non-instructional space where we're not giving guidance about it. I remember, I mean, this is anecdotal, but I know many examples of kids that have learned things in health class and applied them incorrectly because they learned about the multiplier effect and things like that. So I worry about all these things. I don't want you to lose your funding.
Thank you.
But I can't support this right now without more evidence, even though we've given it before, without more evidence that we're not doing damage to the kids.
So say more about how we would be doing the damage.
I don't have evidence that we're not. I worry that these questions are not things, that these ideas and questions are things that we, particularly in 7th and 8th grade, that, I'm not naive to say kids don't know about drugs and things
No,
like
no, no.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's concerning.
Okay, Nina can also speak to this, but there's no research that shows that giving a child a survey where there's a question on it where they may not have noticed a word or are familiar with, that they're going to then go out and do something because they were given a survey. But I don't know, Nina, if you have anything to add to that.
No, I would say the same thing.
Joe, can I add one thing?
Yes, Kathleen.
So, Michael, I understand. I mean, I have a 7th grader and I look at some of these questions. At the same time, there are things that are taught in health class, which are mandated by the state, which are frankly uncomfortable, but that's also why some of these things are being taught, because there are kids who guys, find it in other ways that perhaps isn't as educational a setting. So, I'm in support of this. I was in support of it years ago. And I appreciate the anonymity of it. I think that's very important. I wouldn't want my children to take this and it be associated with them. I appreciate that, but I found the data to be helpful last time, and the fact that the private schools are doing it as well. I think it says a lot about our community, and we should be partners with them like we always are.
And I think just to talk about the administration of it, it's not just given to a student with no instruction. The teacher or whoever is facilitating the survey that day gets very specific instructions from us, and they talk to the students about it before the students take it. They are told that they can opt out anytime. So even if their parents haven't opted them out beforehand, they can go through the survey, and if they're at all uncomfortable with any of the questions, first of all, they can skip any question. So it's not like you have to answer a question in order to go to the next question. They can skip any question they want. And if they at some point say, I don't want to do this anymore, then they don't do it. I mean, that's just it. We also have a former GHS student who was, I think, the student governing body, right, president, who's now at a university in Chicago. He made a video talking to the students about why this survey is so important, that they can skip any question, that try to be as honest as possible. So they get a lot of guidance before they actually sit down to take the survey. It's not done like in isolation and just handed to them. So I understand your concern.
I think the other question, and I'm glad you brought that up, but around the concern is that we have, because we've done it twice now, we've been able to do some comparison, and albeit COVID, we don't know why, but we've seen a decrease across the board, and we will see in this survey how much the difference COVID made. But for example, we had in 2018, I think it was like 21% of grade 12 students had used marijuana in the last 30 days, which is a way to sort of measure present use. In 2021, it went down to 15%. So we're, again, COVID happened, but that's a 6% decrease in a very short period of time. And as Ellen described some of the interventions, but most importantly, we're able to see if there's a difference, if what we're doing has any correlation to, like you say, because the last thing we want to do is certainly damage, but our results are showing so far that we're seeing some kind of decrease. And again, we'll see this, this coming year.
Shall I call the question? Well, thank you very much. Your argument, your presentation was convincing. And a factor for me, one of our greatest town resources is our chief of police. And I had extensive discussions with him about this, finding out he was involved. It made it easy
He's the
for me.
co-chair of Greenwich Together.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly.
As well as
Yes.
Demetria Nelson, who might be still on. I don't know,
Yep.
but
Yeah.
there you
So,
go. Yeah.
but Jim Heavey, Chief Heavey, I've got a personal relationship with and tremendous amount of respect. And when he told me the importance of the survey to his department, to our town, it made it easy for me to make a decision to support this. So if I can call the question, I will now take a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
All against? Abstentions? 1. Okay, thank you. It passes. What's our number? 521? Thank you.
You can't make the motion you want to make. I know what you want to
Can't
make.
make that motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the revised proposal FY 2024 food services budget as presented. Do I have a seconder? Second, yes. Discussion. Blaze.
Closed out like 600,000 in capital while you guys are talking. So keep me going. I might any BET members listening, they'll be happy about that. Okay. Food services budget. It's pretty straightforward, exactly what it says on the sheet. Christina's on here. She pointed out at the last meeting that fixed charges had a typo in it, had a 0. It was correctly entered in Munis, but we need to correct the record. Fixed charges should not be 0. Fixed charges is the benefits that we pay for all the employees. This is a manual entry. This was a typo. So what's before you today is correcting the record. The only change is an additional $432,000 in the fiscal year 24 budget request for the school lunch fund. And that is because it was missing in the book when you voted on it as a typo. So we're correcting the record. Luckily, it was correctly in Munis, which is the actual financial system, so it hasn't messed up any of the numbers or hasn't messed up anything in the town's contribution or model or anything.
So I guess I'm withdrawing my motion, making a new motion to approve the revised proposal FY 2024 food services budget as not as presented, but an additional 432,000 school lunch.
Yeah, it's as,
No, it's
as
as
now.
presented tonight, Joe.
Yeah,
So as presented tonight.
you were right on. Yes.
I was right the first time, so I
Yes.
have to withdraw my second motion. Oh, good. All right, good. So I'll go back to my first motion to approve the revised proposal FY 2024 food budget services as presented. So we're good.
This
Okay.
presented one is the right one.
Okay, and then we have questions, Karen?
So does this mean we're over our, on our operating budget as under the operating guidelines that the BET had suggested by 432,000 or whatever amount this is?
No, this one is coming out of the school lunch fund, so it's independent of the guidelines in the A fund, the 2.9%. And actually, what we're still seeing is that due to the really strong fund balance from all the federal funding, there is going to probably be no contribution. The town is building in no contribution to the school lunch fund this year for the first time because there is a very healthy fund balance, which we made clear at the last meeting is due to the federal funding. It's not due to, some magic that, and David's work, David is doing a lot of good work. So if David's listening, it's also David's doing a lot of good work, but it's driven by the federal funding. But no, to answer your question, it doesn't impact that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's take a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you. I think you're still up.
I think I might stay up here.
Do you want me to look at the motion on the table?
Why don't you make the motion?
To approve, this is a motion to approve the revised Board of Ed ARP budget as presented.
Anybody want to second that one? Oh, Laura, thank you. Wonderful. Okay, questions?
I just wanted to ask, please confirm, if you don't mind confirming that this is the same. I looked through the numbers. It looks identical to the one that was presented to us in December.
Yes, this is so we presented this December 1st, then we presented on December 15th with the breakdown of FTE. And the only change since December 15th, it's not a dollar amount change, but from our discussion with the budget committee, we had a good discussion. So the only change is the financial reporting and analysis specialist position is the new change. And we checked with the state after the follow-up from the budget committee to make sure that that was a permissible use for accounting. And we got an email back in writing that that would be a permissible use.
Karen?
That's the 25,000.
That is in row 9. It's a position, the financial
Oh.
reporting and analysis specialist. It was previously listed as a teacher math. That math teacher was absorbed into Title I, which is an ongoing position, and it really should be in Title I. And so with that funding, it's relatively the same salary. With the budget committee, we swapped out the position with the financial reporting and analysis specialist, and that's to take over all the accounting and grant management for the life of the grant, which is only 2 more years. Other than that, Christina, that's the only change from the previous 2 meetings.
So
Thank you.
question, so this is to hire this person as just to manage the spending of this grant?
this person, as we discussed, is gonna manage this grant specifically, all grant management of it for the 9.5 million. And then they're also gonna do all the grant management for all of our grants, cleanup. We talked about at the budget committee, the grants, we've been doing a lot of work, and I'll give Kimberly a shout out, who's currently our only financial reporting and analysis specialist. They're in rough shape and took a lot of accounting work. And so this person would actually, we would have them do all of the grant. You know, we have millions of dollars in annual grant management on top of just this grant. So we would also have them do all of that too, and all the state reporting.
So the funding for this runs out after the 2024 year. So would the plan be to keep this person on and absorb them into our operating plan? Or is this just a 2-year job?
To me personally, I'd like to keep them on, but see how it goes with knowing that it's a temporary funding position. We're gonna really have to, you can see on page 1, we reduced it. We did a lot of work in the budget to get down the number of positions, but we still have 8.5 positions that we're funding with the American Rescue Plan. So we've actually got to figure out what we're gonna do with all those positions.
So now it's 9.5 positions.
No, this is above. Yeah.
Are you trying to raise your hand there, Michael?
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Joe. Thank you. This was an unpopular opinion when I raised it last year. I'm going again, just to your point about the 8.5 positions that we're going to have to consider and think about and hopefully fold into the budget. And if we don't, then we as a board are going to have to think carefully about the priorities here. You can look across these 12 lines and interpret the last column as a set of priorities, and you can see, I don't think you should that way, but you could, a layman not realizing things could say, and you could see, well, we've managed to not be able to fold in a lot of the special ed lines and the social worker line. We're able to fold in things like the ALP program and things like that. And when we come to priorities next year, if it's something that we're not able to fund everything, then as a board, we're going to have some tough conversations about, which we don't want to do, about considering the difference between affording accelerated programs for some or unfinished learning for others. I don't want to do that. But right now we're looking at still 8.5 positions that we haven't been able to fund yet in the current operating budget that speak specifically to unfinished learning, which is a more important, I would argue, position for us. But that's next year's conversation. Hopefully we do not have to have after you work your magic.
Fiscal cliff. We talking fiscal cliff?
I know.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a significant conversation because as I think we all pointed out, we're carrying the reason we came in at 2.9%, for example, which we talked about at length, is only really because of the federal funding. We have a number of positions on here. We have sub-incentive pay on here, our sub-budget, custodial overtime over 150,000. It's something we talked about at length. You've got a number of curriculum mandates that we're pending on a response from the state that we're lucky that we have federal funding for that we could use for curriculum funding. So you bring up a good point, and it'll be a good conversation we'll have. Yeah,
Go ahead,
absolutely.
Joan.
Yeah, and I just want to add, we will not bring you a budget that has a cliff. We've planned on this over these couple of years. That's why we were very strategic about the 3 social workers that were put in the operating. So we're really watching that to make sure that we would not do that to the board and the community.
Hey, I think it's time to call the question. Time to take a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
We have 7, all against. Abstentions, 1 abstention. Okay, very good. Now we're on to agenda planning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blaze.
Anything I got to do to get my stuff to the beginning of this agenda or what? Anyone I got to talk to? I'm just kidding.
I thought you were gonna ask, I thought you were gonna ask for your parking to be validated. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, we've gotten through everything. And once again, I'm sorry with my inexperience of running a Board of Ed meeting that we went to the ungodly hour of 11:37. I do apologize to all my colleagues. I will try to do better next time. We have covered everything on the agenda. We have an agenda set for our next meeting. And we need to add something to it. Oh, what would you like to add, Michael?
Well, that's on. Strategic plan is on there. I don't know if it's worth us having a conversation around because if we're going to, the retreat would be the appropriate time, which is February 2nd. Adding to the agenda the past topic of board goals and trying to take another stab at that. I don't know if that's something we want to try to talk about on February 2nd. I know we tried that last summer and then CMS happened and things like that, but it might be a nice agenda topic.
I had a similar thought, but I was like, well, at this point, is it for this year or do we discuss it going forward?
Is anyone opposed to adding board goals?
Joe, I think we can have a discussion about it. Looking at if we're adding an executive session and if we're voting on the strategic plan, it might be a long meeting as it is without getting into board goals. It's just everyone's appetite for how long a meeting they want to have. So I think we can have an offline discussion and consider whether it makes sense or not. I'm not saying yo, I'm not saying yes. In my own personal view, I think we just have to ponder it. Mike, don't you think that's reasonable?
No, that's reasonable. I am optimistic that the strategic plan conversation might not be as lengthy as some of the other conversations we've had this evening.
All right, so that was from Christina, a no and a yes. So anyone else, we're good with just leaving the agenda as it is?
Yeah, it's fine. You're going to have an executive session ahead of it, right?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Now, Laura, do you have a motion to make? Your microphone.
Sorry, a motion to adjourn.
I will second that motion. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you, Christina. We're done.
I know the meeting